Chapter 1677. Although everyone's herbs were gone, he still had the Black Tortoise realm. There were countless rare treasures in the Black Tortoise realm, and there were even more herbs. Weren't these ready-made resources? He actually didn't think of it in the first place. What a fool. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, Kui Li, the 6 elders, and Li Jian appeared. Young master, what's wrong? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You guys go to the Devil's Land and the Netherworld Sea now. If you encounter any precious herbs, you must get them. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood and looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. We promise to complete the task. Old Zhao, you're the strongest. You must protect everyone. In addition, go and find out who has a 7th grade or above pill furnace. But remember, you can't take it by force. It's best to hide your identity. In short, you can't let the world know that you're still alive, otherwise it will cause an unnecessary commotion. Qin Feiyang reminded. Understood. Zhao Tailai nodded. Then, he led Liu Mu and the others away like lightning. With this Black Tortoise realm, are there any resources to worry about? Qin Feiyang smiled and retracted his gaze, looking at the water source in front of him. For now. Within his line of sight, there were no ferocious beasts or humans. He controlled the Black Tortoise realm and rushed into the water source. Soon, he rushed to the sky above a lake. The lake was about 100 miles long. The lake water was clear and rippling, surrounded by mountains and lush vegetation. Suddenly, he looked at a mountain range on the left side of the lake. That mountain range was undulating and stretched for thousands of miles, exuding a shocking majestic aura. Among them, 5 giant peaks were the most eye-catching. 5 giant peaks towered into the sky, side by side. The lowest one was 5 to 6,000 feet. The highest peak in the middle reached more than 10,000 feet, and the peak towered into the sky. From afar, it looked like a giant hand that was holding up the world. Why does he look so familiar? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This mountain range that was shaped like a giant hand gave him a feeling of déjà vu. However, this was indeed his first time here. Wait a minute. Suddenly, his gaze trembled. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surfaced in his mind. He remembered that the mysterious madam had said that after entering the divine ruins, they would keep walking in the southwest direction. Somewhere in the southwest, there was a mountain range the size of a palm. The passageway to the 2nd level was at the peak of the tallest mountain. Could it be that the place the mysterious madam was talking about was this mountain range? He hurriedly controlled the Black Tortoise realm and flew towards the highest peak. On the peak of the mountain, clouds and mist lingered, and the cold wind rustled. The Black Tortoise world silently flew out from the clouds and entered the sky above the mountain peak. His eyes immediately lit up. The entire mountain peak looked as if it had been flattened by a giant axe. It was about 5 to 6 miles wide, and it was filled with medicinal herbs: purple spirit flower, dragon saliva grass, profound yin grass. Almost all of them were the most precious medicinal herbs. He could even see the fiery glaze tree whose trunk was as thick as a water bucket. In the middle of the herb field were the spiritual infant tree and the creation tree. There was more than one. There were a total of 8 spiritual infant trees. There were also 6 creation trees. Even if 5 or 6 people held hands, they would not be able to hug each tree trunk. They were extremely old and strong, and no one knew how long they had been there. On the branches, the spiritual infant fruits and creation fruits were like ripe peaches, and one could not help but drool. So many, Qin Feiyang muttered. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of spiritual infant fruits and creation fruits. What kind of scene was this? Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he could not help but feel his blood boil at this moment. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the center of the 6 creation trees, and his pupils constricted. There was a huge fire python coiled on the ground. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its entire body was like fire, as if it was cast from magma. It coiled together like a small mountain, and its entire body exuded a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, its eyes were tightly shut, and it was motionless, as if it was in a deep sleep. "That's right, this is it," Qin Feiyang mumbled. The mysterious lady said that there was a giant python guarding the passageway to the second level. The fire python in front of him and this palm-like mountain were exactly what the mysterious lady said. However, why did he not see the passageway to the second level? Qin Feiyang scanned the peak of the mountain. Apart from the fire python and herbs, there was not even a stone door, let alone a passageway. This is strange. Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. Swoosh. Suddenly, the beast shadow of the fire dragon teleported from afar at lightning speed, and it descended above the fire python without concealing its aura. Fire dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When the fire dragon appeared, the fire python coiled on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Its pair of fiery red eyes were like two lanterns that shone brightly. Why does this fire python look so familiar? Especially this gaze, where have I seen it before? Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python with a trace of suspicion on his face. The fire python raised its head and looked at the fire dragon, and laughed. "So it's Uncle Fire Dragon, little nephew greets uncle." His expression was rather respectful. "Uncle? Little nephew?" Qin Feiyang was startled. "How have you been?" Fire Dragon lowered his head and looked at the fire python. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he asked with a smile. "Pretty good. Uncle Fire Dragon, where is my father? What has he been busy with recently?" the fire python asked. Fire Dragon's eyes darkened, and said, "This time, I came here to meet the beast god, and also to tell you about your father." Looking at the fire dragon's expression, the fire python's eyelids twitched, and hurriedly said, "Uncle Fire Dragon, what happened to my father?" "It has been killed," Fire Dragon said. "What? Killed?" The fire python's huge body trembled, and hurriedly said, "How is this possible? Father is now the guardian of the miracle, who can kill him?" "So it's like this," Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. This fire python was the guardian python's child, no wonder it looked so familiar. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire dragon again. He already knew what the fire dragon was going to say to the fire python. Fire Dragon sighed, and said, "It's a human. His name is Qin Feiyang, and his strength is extremely terrifying. He is the one who killed your father." "Qin Feiyang." The fire python suddenly roared, "Uncle, quickly tell little nephew, where is this Qin Feiyang? Little nephew will definitely swallow him alive and avenge father." "What a despicable guy." Qin Feiyang shook his head. What the fire dragon said was exactly as he guessed. He obtained the Black Tortoise realm, and I don't know where he is now. However, he will come here sooner or later. Because if I'm not wrong, he should be going to the second floor. Fire Dragon said. With me here, he still wants to go to the second floor, it's simply wishful thinking. The fire python laughed again and again. Child, don't be impulsive. Even your father is not that Qin Feiyang's opponent, let alone you. Although you have stepped into the war god realm, compared to Qin Feiyang's methods, you are still a lot weaker. Do you know? When he killed your father, I was also there, but we couldn't stop him even if we joined hands. It was not easy for me to escape. You can imagine just how terrifying his methods are. Fire Dragon sighed. I don't care, in short, I must kill him. The fire python said word by word. Why don't you listen to my advice? Fire Dragon said angrily. Uncle, don't say any more, in short, this Qin Feiyang, I must kill him. The fire python said. You have the same personality as your father, if he could endure and not act on impulse, he wouldn't have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Fire Dragon shook his head and sighed. On the surface, he was persuading the fire python, but in fact, he was provoking the fire python, making the fire python hate Qin Feiyang even more. The hatred of killing my father, I can't bear it. Sure enough. The more Fire Dragon persuaded, the more the fire python wanted to kill. Shut up. I won't let you mess around. Listen to me. When Qin Feiyang arrives, you will let him enter the second floor. When he goes to the second floor, we will think of a way to deal with him slowly. I am not discussing with you, this is an order. I will go to the third floor now and report this to Lord Divine Beast. Get out of the way. Fire Dragon shouted. The fire python dragged its body and soared into the air. At that moment, a simple and unadorned stone door appeared before him. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the stone door. It turned out that the passage was under the fire python's body. No wonder he couldn't find it. Remember my words, don't mess around. Fire Dragon reminded the fire python again, then shrunk its body, turned into a flame, rushed into the stone door and disappeared. Don't mess around. Humph. No one can leave here alive. Fire Dragon smiled coldly, murderous intent surging in its eyes, then it covered the stone door with its body and closed its eyes. The mountain peak quickly returned to peace. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. Listening to Fire Dragon's words, it seemed that it hadn't told Small Beast about the death of the giant python. In other words, Fire Dragon had just arrived here. But this didn't make sense. Although Fire Dragon wasn't the guardian of the miracle and couldn't enter the first and second floor with a thought like the giant python in the past. But Fire Dragon was a genuine god of war. By right, with its speed, it should have entered the second floor long ago. However, it took it until now to arrive here. What was it doing on the first floor these days? Could it be that there were still secrets hidden on the first floor? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Swish. His eyes flashed slightly, took a step forward, and directly descended in front of the fire python. The rule force descended once again. At the same time, the fire python also opened its eyes and found that it was a human. Its eyes suddenly became fierce. Sir, don't be impatient. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. You are not afraid of me? The fire python was stunned and said in a deep voice, Who are you? Where were you hiding just now? I didn't sense your aura. Qin Feiyang said, I am the Qin Feiyang that Fire Dragon mentioned. What? It's you. Chapter 1678. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, Wait, listen to me first. You killed my father. What else is there to say? Die. The fire python laughed sinisterly. I didn't kill your father. Qin Feiyang said. Uncle Fire Dragon said it himself. How can it be false? The fire python shouted. Qin Feiyang said, The rule force is about to descend. Why don't you follow me to the Black Tortoise world and I'll tell you slowly. Go to the Black Tortoise world? You think this emperor doesn't know that you've already taken control of the Black Tortoise world? When this emperor goes to the Black Tortoise world, even if this emperor has the cultivation of a newborn war god, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the rule force. Don't waste your time. Fight me fair and square right now. The fire python roared. Qin Feiyang was quite angry. He suddenly looked behind the fire python and exclaimed, Beast God. What? Lord Beast God. The fire python's body trembled. It quickly turned its head, but there was no one behind it. At the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an invisible force rushed towards the fire python. The next moment, a man and a beast appeared in the Black Tortoise world. He lured the fire python and forcefully brought it to the Black Tortoise world. Firstly, it was because of the rule force. Secondly, it was to protect the medicinal herbs on the mountain peak. Because once he fought with the fire python, the medicinal herbs on the mountain peak would definitely be destroyed. This was a reckless waste of resources. The fire python didn't care, but he did. The fire python looked around in surprise and said angrily, Where is this place? The Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. You despicable person. The fire python was burning with anger. The fiery red god force rolled out, destroying everything in its path. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. With a wave of his hand, the Black Tortoise world's rule force descended from the sky and blasted towards the god force. With a loud bang, the god force shattered on the spot. It shattered the god force so easily? Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. Seeing this, the fire python's eyes trembled. His godly aura burst out as he screamed hysterically, Even if you have the rule power, I won't let you off easily. Listen to me. I really didn't kill your father. Qin Feiyang said angrily. If you didn't kill him, then who did? Would Uncle Fire Dragon lie to me again? The fire python was enraged. It raised its huge tail high up in the air and aggressively swatted towards Qin Feiyang. A large part of the void was shattered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He wanted to continue using his rule force. But after thinking about it, he chose to give up. Activate the battle character formula. He waved his hand in the air. Golden light burst out from his palm and collided with the fire python's tail. Boom. Crack. Puff. Qin Feiyang's arm shattered on the spot. Blood gushed out from his mouth. His entire body crashed into the ground like a meteor. A huge crater appeared in the ground. The fire python was stunned. It lowered its head to look at Qin Feiyang lying at the bottom of the pit, covered in blood. It said angrily, "Why didn't you use your rule force? Are you looking down on me? The might of the god of war is indeed not something a false god can block." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the battle art protecting his body, he would probably be a corpse now. He slowly got up and walked out of the pit step by step. He looked up at the fire python and said, "I didn't use my rule force not because I look down on you, but because I want to prove my sincerity." "Sincerity," the fire python murmured. It suddenly swooped down and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. "You really didn't kill my father?" "Yes. If I killed him, I would definitely kill you without hesitation to eliminate future troubles. I'm afraid you've seen it too. I'm only a false god. No matter how heaven-defying my means are, it's impossible for me to kill your father." Qin Feiyang said. "That seems to make sense. Father controls the power of the rules of the miracles. How can a mere false god hurt father?" The fire python lowered its head and murmured. It looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Then who killed my father?" "I'm afraid you won't believe me. The one who killed your father was your uncle Fire Dragon," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" The fire dragon's body trembled. It said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Fire Dragon and my father were good friends. How could he hurt my father? That's just an illusion. Let me ask you. Before your father became a guardian, was the fire dragon the guardian of miracle?" Qin Feiyang said. "Yes." The fire dragon nodded and said suspiciously, "This was a long time ago." "How did you know?" "I heard it from the fire dragon. Back then, because of your father's snitch, it was removed from the position of guardian by the small beast and replaced by your father. Although the fire dragon didn't say anything on the surface, it had always held a grudge in its heart. That's why it ambushed your father this time to take revenge for what happened back then and frame me for it," Qin Feiyang said. "That's impossible. I also know about the snitch. Father did this for the sake of Uncle Fire Dragon," the fire python said. "For the sake of the fire dragon? What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The mistake that Uncle Fire Dragon made back then was very serious. It even angered the heavens. If Father didn't take the initiative to tell Lord Beast God at that time, when Lord Beast God knew about it, Uncle Fire Dragon's punishment would be even heavier. He might even lose his life. In other words, my father was completely kind-hearted and even pleaded for Uncle Fire Dragon in front of Lord Beast God. How can it repay kindness with ingratitude now? The fire python said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and sighed. Your father was kind-hearted, but the fire dragon might not think so. It won't. The fire python shook its head. What did the fire dragon do back then? There were actually such serious consequences. Qin Feiyang asked curiously. The fire python said, it wanted to leave the miracle. Leave the miracle? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Back then, it carefully planned to leave the miracle and even asked my father to leave with it. But my father didn't agree and repeatedly persuaded it to give up this idea. But Uncle Fire Dragon was already obsessed at that time and didn't listen at all. Left with no choice, my father could only report this matter to Lord Beast God. Lord Beast God was furious and removed it from its position as a guardian on the same day and sent it to the second floor of the miracle to guard the passage. The fire python said. Sent to the second floor? Why do I remember that the fire dragon said that the small beast asked it to guard the entrance to the Black Tortoise realm? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This is already a matter of later. When Uncle Fire Dragon planned to leave the miracle, it was 20,000 years ago. The fire python said 20,000 years ago? Qin Feiyang was slightly surprised and asked, "Isn't that the time before the miracle opened?" "Yes." After Uncle Fire Dragon was sent to the second floor, it was still quite obedient. But when the miracle opened last time, it had this idea again. And this time, it had an even bolder plan. The fire python sighed. "Last time? Isn't it the time when my ancestor and the others entered the miracle?" Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "What's the bolder plan?" "It wants to possess a human and use the human body to quietly leave the miracle. And the person it wants to possess, this emperor heard from my father that his surname is Qin." The fire python said. "Surname Qin?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes, his surname is Qin, the same as yours." "What's his name again?" The fire python lowered its head and pondered. "Qin Batian?" Qin Feiyang asked tentatively. The fire python nodded and said, yes, his name is Qin Batian. How do you know?" "Guess." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Did the fire dragon succeed in possessing him?" The fire dragon actually possessed his ancestor? This was too surprising. If the possession was successful, Uncle Fire Dragon would have already left the miracle. "I heard from my father that Qin Batian is very talented, which is why Uncle Fire Dragon chose him." At first, Uncle Fire Dragon was full of confidence. Because at that time, Qin Batian's cultivation was only at the initial stage of war, while Uncle Fire Dragon's cultivation was at the darching stage of war. But what Uncle Fire Dragon never expected was that Qin Batian's strength was beyond imagination. Not only did he fail, but his consciousness was also severely injured by Qin Batian. And they even fought on the second floor. Qin Batian's means were not inferior to Uncle Fire Dragon's. Uncle Fire Dragon was seriously injured. Fortunately, my father rushed there in time and saved him from Qin Batian. "Tell me, my father saved its life twice. How could it hurt my father?" The fire python said angrily. "I can only say that there is no knowing what is in a person's heart." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "What happened after that?" He was only concerned about what happened after that. How did his ancestor get forced to the third floor? Did the python have a part in it? After that, my father didn't report this to the beast god because he was friends with Uncle Fire Dragon. But Uncle Fire Dragon failed to possess the body and became angry out of humiliation. He wanted to take revenge on Qin Batian. In the end, he instigated the divine beasts on the second floor to set up a trap and kill Qin Batian's subordinates. However, Qin Batian grasped a heaven-defying divine art and actually managed to save all of his dead subordinates. However, because of this, Qin Batian lost his cultivation and became a cripple. He even almost lost his life. When Uncle Fire Dragon saw this, he attacked Qin Batian. But Qin Batian's subordinates were also very loyal. They didn't leave him behind and fled with him. In the end, they had no choice but to take Qin Batian to the third floor. The fire python sighed. "I see." Qin Feiyang murmured. This matched what the fire dragon said. Huolong had once said that Ancestor was forced to enter the third level because Ancestor was too loyal and righteous. He didn't understand at first, but now he did. If his ancestor didn't use the fourth move of the divine dragon art, the Gate of Rebirth, to save his subordinates, he wouldn't have lost his cultivation. If he didn't lose his cultivation, the fire dragon wouldn't have been able to force him to the third floor with his strength. This bastard deserves to die. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and looked at the fire python. "Did your father get involved?" "He secretly helped the fire dragon." The fire python nodded. "They are indeed jackals of the same tribe." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 1679. What? My ancestor also has a divine artifact with the power of law. Qin Feiyang was shocked. I have never seen that divine artifact, but my father has. It's very terrifying. The reason why Uncle Fire Dragon was defeated by him was because of that divine artifact. As for what happened after that, it's very simple. Not long after Qin Batian was forced into the third floor, Lord Beast God learned about this matter. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, my father told him the truth about Uncle Fire Dragon's possession. Then Uncle Fire Dragon was demoted to the first floor to guard the entrance of the Black Tortoise realm. As for my father, because he was secretly helping. Even Uncle Fire Dragon didn't know about it, so he kept it a secret. When the fire python said this, it was slightly stunned and shook its head. No, no. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The time isn't right. The fire python said. Time? Qin Feiyang became more and more suspicious. Yes, it's the time. Uncle Fire Dragon set up a trap to kill Qin Baishan's subordinates after the miracle closed. The fire python said. What? After the miracle closed? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. Yes. My father mentioned this before, but it's been too long, so I didn't remember it just now. Actually, this is what happened. After Uncle Fire Dragon failed to possess Qin Batian led his men and left the miracle not long after. Not long after, the miracle closed as well. But about half a year after the miracle closed, Qin Batian led his men and appeared on the second floor again. Uncle Fire Dragon wasn't willing to give up. When he saw Qin Batian appear again, he instigated the beasts on the second floor to kill his subordinates and force him into the third floor. The fire python said. How is that possible? Don't miracles only open once every 10,000 years? Qin Batian has only left the divine ruins for half a year. How could he have come back? Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. The fire python said, I've also thought about this problem. I've also asked father, but he doesn't know either. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, could it be that there are other ways to enter the divine site? That's impossible. There's only one entrance to the divine site. The fire python said resolutely. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. The divine site wasn't open, but they could enter it. How did the ancestors do it? However, from what the fire python had said, he could basically associate it with what had happened 10,000 years ago. The ancestor and Mu Tianyang entered the divine ruins together. Mu Tianyang didn't die at that time, which meant that the Heavenly Sun Empire still existed. In other words, my ancestor only destroyed Mu Tianyang, destroyed the Heavenly Sun Empire, and established the Great Qin Empire after coming out of the divine ruins. Moreover, the legendary divine beast in the endless sea of Forgotten Continent should have also been suppressed during this period of time. After destroying the Heavenly Sun Empire, suppressing the divine beast, and waiting for the Great Qin Empire to stabilize, the ancestor led his subordinates back to the divine ruins. Then, he was attacked by the fire dragon and entered the third floor. But it was still the same question. The divine ruins had already closed at that time, so how did the ancestor come in? And after half a year, why did the ancestor enter the divine ruins again? What was there that made the ancestor want to barge in even though he knew that he had offended the fire dragon? Although Qin Batian lost his cultivation and became a cripple, Uncle Fire Dragon has also suffered a lot over the years. Think about it, he was once a guardian, but now he has become a gatekeeper. Anyone would collapse. The fire python sighed. It deserves it. Even if I kill it, it won't be enough to extinguish the anger in my heart. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The anger in your heart? Wait, your surname is Qin, and so is Qin Batian. What is the relationship between the two of you? The fire python asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, you should know that Qin Baishan's bloodline power is purple gold dragon blood, right? I know. The fire python nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and cut his wrist. Drops of purple gold dragon blood immediately floated down. What? You also have purple gold dragon blood? Are you a descendant of Qin Batian? The fire python's eyes trembled as it exclaimed. That's right. The Qin Emperor is my ancestor, Qin Feiyang said. Are you here to take revenge on Uncle Fire Dragon and my father? The fire python asked. Before this, I didn't know about this at all, but now I know. The fire dragon must die. As for your father, it's already dead, so it can be considered as paying the blood debt. Qin Feiyang said. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Are you using this emperor to get information from me? The fire python's killing intent soared to the sky. I didn't use you. I didn't lie to you either. Your father was indeed killed by the fire dragon. If you don't believe me, I can set up a trap and let the fire dragon say it himself. Qin Feiyang said. Really? Seeing Qin Feiyang's sincerity, the fire python began to waver. Qin Feiyang nodded. What are you going to do? The fire python asked. You will know when the time comes. For now, I will have to trouble you to stay here for a while. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he appeared on the mountain peak again. In fact, he also hid something from the fire python. Although he didn't kill the giant python, he could be considered an accomplice. Because if he didn't block the rule force of the miracle, the fire dragon wouldn't be able to kill it at all. But these things couldn't be said now. Descending above the mountain peak, Qin Feiyang glanced at the herbs and waved his hand. The false god force rolled out and rushed towards the herbs. The next moment, all of the medicinal herbs were uprooted under the restraint of the false divinity. Then, Qin Feiyang took these herbs and returned to the Black Tortoise world again. Preposterous. You actually dare to rob this emperor's medicinal ingredients? Do you know how long it took this emperor to cultivate these herbs? The fire python was furious. I want to create a fake battle scene outside. These herbs must be moved. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Fake battle scene? The fire python was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the herbs immediately turned into streams of light and took root in the ground below. Then, Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise world again and descended on the mountain peak. He waved his hand. Boom! The peak of the mountain immediately split into pieces and collapsed. But the stone gate was like Mount Tai. Even though the giant peak collapsed, it didn't disappear. It was suspended in the void, motionless. But Qin Feiyang was already used to this kind of thing. With another wave of his hand, the nearby giant peaks also collapsed with a rumbling sound. Moreover, he also destroyed the surrounding 10,000 miles, leaving only ruins in an instant. Naturally, the water source no longer existed. After doing all this, he returned to the Black Tortoise world and asked for some blood from the fire python. He sprinkled it in a conspicuous place and returned to the Black Tortoise world, never to appear again. Time passed day by day. 5 days later, in the morning, the fire dragon suddenly descended above the stone door without any warning. It looked very pleased with itself and was in high spirits. However, when it saw the giant peak that had disappeared and the broken ground, its eyes were immediately filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, it saw the blood that Qin Feiyang deliberately sprinkled. Although 5 days had passed, as a war god, the blood of the fire python had yet to coagulate. The fire dragon flew down and sniffed with its nose. Its pupils constricted slightly as it muttered, "This is the blood of my idiot nephew." Then, it raised its head and scanned its surroundings, its eyes flickering. Did you hear what he said? Idiot nephew. Inside the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang had been monitoring the situation outside, so he already knew the moment the fire dragon appeared. Although the fire dragon was muttering to itself before, it was still clearly heard by Qin Feiyang and the fire python. It has scolded me like this before. What can I say? The fire python said. Idiot. Qin Feiyang sneered. With a wave of his hand, Lu Zheng appeared and said, "Cousin, go out and talk to it." Lu Zheng looked at the fire dragon in the image and said unhappily, "Aren't you asking me to go out and die?" "Don't worry, I will help you." Qin Feiyang laughed. No, you go out by yourself. If I'm not careful and lose my life, won't Honga be a widow?" Lu Zheng shook his head like a rattledrum. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he said angrily, "Even if Lu Hong wants to be a widow, I won't agree." "What do you mean? Don't tell me that after I die, you and Hong will continue your fate." Lu Zheng frowned. "I say, what are you thinking about all day long? I mean, I won't let you die outside, understand? As for me, although I can go out, the rule force will also appear. If I go in and out, it will be troublesome, you know?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Lu Zheng frowned and said reluctantly, "Then you have to watch carefully. If the fire dragon does anything wrong, immediately help me. You don't have to worry at all." Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Lu Zheng pursed his lips and said, "Fine, I'll believe you this time. Send me out." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Lu Zheng immediately appeared outside. The fire dragon also noticed Lu Zheng and looked up at Lu Zheng. His eyes flashed coldly as he asked, "Where's Qin Feiyang?" Lu Zheng said lightly, "My little cousin ate the fire python's meat and is refining the energy in the divine meat. He specially asked me to come out and ask you if you want to try it too." "What? Even the fire python was killed by you?" The fire dragon's body shook as he said with grief and indignation. "Don't pretend to be sad and indignant. Isn't this what you want?" Lu Zheng said with disdain. Huolong lowered his head and looked at the blood that had yet to dry up. He immediately laughed out loud and said, "Haha, that's right. This is what I want." Inside the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python and said lightly, "Do you believe me now?" "Impossible, Uncle Fire Dragon. I've always treated it as my most respected elder." The fire python shook its head and cried out sorrowfully. "Outside," Lu Zheng said with disdain, "before the fire python died, it couldn't forget your uncle. How could you treat it like this? Do you have a conscience?" "Conscience? Ridiculous. If it weren't for its father telling on me, would I have suffered so much all these years? Moreover, I killed its father, so I naturally have to kill it. Otherwise, when it learns of this one day and runs to the beast god to tell on me, wouldn't I be punished again? Now that both father and son are dead, there is no evidence. The control of this divine relic has returned to my hands. As for you, the beast god won't believe your words at all. This is the pleasure of covering the sky with one hand, do you understand?" Ha ha. Chapter 1680. Damn it, it's really him. That heartless, ungrateful bastard. This emperor must kill it. In the Black Tortoise realm. Hearing the fire dragon admit it, the fire python was furious and roared again and again. "Calm down. Didn't you hear him say that he has become a guardian? After becoming a guardian, he can control the power of the rules of the miracle. With your cultivation, you are no match for him," Qin Feiyang said. Outside, Lu Zheng's face was full of disgust. He looked at the fire dragon and snorted coldly. "You are such a hypocrite." "Hypocrite?" The fire dragon laughed and said, "The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Don't you understand this? Call Qin Feiyang out. Why did you call my little cousin out? Don't tell me you want to kill him. It's not like you don't know our foundation. Even if you become a guardian of the miracle, I'm afraid you can't do anything to us." Lu Zheng said contemptuously. "Then I will kill you first." The fire dragon flew into a rage out of humiliation. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. It shattered the sky and rushed toward Lu Zheng. "Little cousin." Lu Zheng's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Swish. The next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared beside him and looked at the fire dragon mockingly. "The good show is yet to come. Let's wait and see." After saying that, he grabbed Lu Zheng and disappeared without a trace. "What's the point of hiding? Come out if you have the ability and fight fair and square." The fire dragon roared. "This bastard is taking advantage of me." In the Black Tortoise realm. Looking at the flustered fire dragon, Lu Zheng frowned and said, "Let it be." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The fire dragon was stronger than the giant python. Now that it had become a guardian, it could not fight it head-on for the time being. "Let it be. Although it has become a guardian now, as long as we trick it into coming to the Black Tortoise realm." Before Lu Zheng could finish, the fire python's eyes lit up. Yes, as long as we lure it into the Black Tortoise world, it won't be able to use the divine ruins power of laws. Do you think it will come to the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The fire dragon was such a treacherous person, how could he be so easily fooled? Lu Zheng frowned and asked, "What should we do next?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and remained silent. The fire python suddenly said, "Send this emperor out." Lu Zheng was stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked up at the fire python and asked suspiciously, "What are you going out for?" "I'll go find Lord Beast God and ask him for justice." The fire python said word by word. "That's a good idea. That small beast is extremely powerful. If it knows the truth, the fire dragon will definitely be in trouble." Lu Zheng smiled. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why not? The fire python and Lu Zheng were stunned and looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Zheng, then looked at the fire python and said, "We told the fire dragon that you were killed by us. If you go out now, won't it know that we lied to it?" "That makes sense." Lu Zheng nodded. "Once it knows that we lied to it, it will definitely think of ways to kill you and stop you from going to the third level. So, we have to think about this matter at length." Qin Feiyang said. "When this emperor thinks that father died in its hands, it feels like a knife is cutting my heart. I really don't want to wait a moment longer," the fire python said. "You have to wait even if you don't want to, unless you want to die too," Qin Feiyang said. The fire python fell silent. Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted, "Don't worry, when I enter the second level, I will find a way to let you meet the small beast." "Why are you helping this emperor?" The fire python frowned. "Our goal is the same, to get rid of the fire dragon." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. But there was another purpose that he didn't say, and that was to kill the small beast. The fire python took a deep look at him. "By the way, there is something that I don't know if you know," Qin Feiyang said. "What is it?" The fire python was suspicious. "Back then, your father took a group of people from the Black Tortoise world. Do you know where he settled these people?" Qin Feiyang said. The fire python was slightly stunned and shook its head. "This emperor really doesn't know about this. Are those people important to you?" "Yes. Very important." Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire python lowered its head and pondered. After a long time, it looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "Although this emperor doesn't know about these things, this emperor knows a little about the Black Tortoise world's devil imprint. When father took them out of the Black Tortoise world, did their devil imprint disappear?" Qin Feiyang said, "Only a few people don't have the devil imprint. Everyone else has it. These few people were naturally Wang Yu, Mu Qing, and Mu Tianyang. Because they were taken out of the Black Tortoise world less than half a year ago." "No," the fire python murmured. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and said, "This emperor knows where they are." Qin Feiyang quickly asked, "Where?" "The ancient world. Creatures with the devil imprint, other than the Black Tortoise world, can only survive in the ancient world," the fire python said. "Ancient world?" Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. "This ancient world is the same as the Black Tortoise world, an independent small world. But the difference is that the ancient world is a battlefield," the fire python explained. "Another independent small world?" Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were stunned. Lu Zheng's heart immediately burned with passion. Qin Feiyang had already obtained the Black Tortoise world. If he could also obtain this ancient world, this emperor knows what you are thinking in your hearts. But this emperor advises you to dispel these thoughts as soon as possible. The fire python glanced at the two and said in a deep voice. "Why?" Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were puzzled. "Because this ancient world has no guardian. It is personally controlled by the Lord Creator. Even guardians like my father and the fire dragon can only enter through the entrance," the fire python said. The two of them were stunned, and then they could not help but smile bitterly. Controlled by the Lord Creator? This was really a piece of news that made one despair. Although the Lord Creator is not at the divine site, as long as someone dares to have ideas about the ancient world, he will immediately detect it. The Lord Creator's methods are not something you can imagine, the fire python said. Understood. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng nodded. Lu Zheng asked, "Just now, you said that the ancient world is a battlefield?" "Yes. Legend has it that the ancient world was once a very ancient continent. Not only were there many powerhouses, but there were also as many gods as dogs. But because of the desires and ambitions of humans, the flames of war on the continent continued. In the end, the people were plunged into misery and suffering, and the essence was lost. Gradually, the essence energy was exhausted, and the continent became a land of death where not even a blade of grass grew. The living beings on the continent also stepped into death step by step, and in the end, they were all wiped out. Later, the Lord Creator appeared and merged the continent into the divine sight, forming a battlefield and named it the Ancient World. Of course, this is just a legend. This emperor does not know whether it is true or not. The fire python said. I see. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng nodded in realization. Wait. This emperor suddenly remembered something. Father once told this emperor that when your ancestor entered the divine sight for the second time, he also inquired about the ancient world. The fire python said. What? My ancestor inquired about the ancient world? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. But the ancient world is on the first level, and your ancestor was a war god at the time, so he could not enter the ancient world. The fire python said. The ancient world. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Could it be that there were some secrets hidden in the ancient world? Otherwise, why would his ancestor inquire about it? Could it be that his ancestor led his subordinates into the divine sight for the second time because of this ancient world? Qin Feiyang asked, where is the ancient world? The fire python shook its head and said, except for the Lord Creator, Lord Beast God, and the guardian of the divine sight, no one knows where the ancient world is. How is that possible? Didn't you just say that the ancient world is on the first level? Lu Zheng frowned. The fire python said, it is true that the ancient world is on the first level, but it has no fixed location. No fixed location? What does that mean? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng became more and more puzzled. The fire python said, it means that the ancient world is mobile. Mobile? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other. Yes. The ancient world floats on the first level of the divine sight, drifting aimlessly and silently. Even if it floats in front of your eyes, you may not notice it. But if you notice it, it will be a great opportunity. The fire python said. A great opportunity? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Yes. Although the ancient world lacks essence, there are countless ancient ruins hidden inside. For example, divine weapons and techniques. According to my father, there are countless of them. The fire python said. Lu Zheng said excitedly, according to what you said, this ancient world is also a blessed land. Yes. But according to my father, it is also a dangerous place. As for the details, I am not very clear because I have not entered it. The fire python said. Just now, you said that there is an entrance to the ancient world. Since there is an entrance, even if the ancient world is drifting, there should be some signs or traces, right? Qin Feiyang said. There is indeed. The ancient realm is silent, but wherever it goes, all living creatures will feel a fear that comes from their souls. The fire python said. Us too? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Any creature, including you humans. If you walk to a certain place and suddenly feel fear in your heart, but there are no humans or beasts around you that make you feel fear, then you must have encountered the ancient world. However, the divine sight is so vast that it is harder to encounter it than ascending to heaven. The fire python sighed. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. The divine sight was too big, and the ancient world did not have a fixed location. It drifted everywhere. Such a situation could only be encountered by chance. It was completely dependent on luck. Lu Zheng asked, before your father died, how did he find the ancient world? Although my father can't enter the ancient world, with his identity as its guardian, he can sense the location of the ancient world. As for Lord Beast God and Lord Creator, needless to say, they can directly enter the ancient world. The fire python said. Chapter 1681. It's already an indisputable fact that they are in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, although he knew the whereabouts of Mu Qing and the others, it was impossible to enter the ancient world. Wait. Fire Dragon delayed for so long on the first floor before reporting the death of the giant python to Small Beast. Was it because of a trip to the ancient world? No. Fire Dragon hadn't recovered his guardian status at that time, so he couldn't sense the location of the ancient world. Fire Python suddenly said, if you're lucky enough to encounter the ancient world, then it won't be difficult to find the ancient world again. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. Because after encountering the ancient world, you will know the direction of the ancient world. As long as the time interval is not too long and you follow the general direction, It won't be difficult to find it. Fire Python laughed. Understood. Qin Feiyang muttered. Although Fire Dragon hadn't recovered his guardian status at that time, he must have gone to the ancient world with the giant python before descending into the Sea of Fire. In this way, after killing the giant python, he followed the general direction and found the ancient world. This also confirmed his speculation. But now, whether it was Fire Dragon or Mu Qing, he didn't care too much about them. He just wanted to understand why his ancestor would ask about the ancient world. Was it purely out of curiosity? Or were there other factors? Fire Python said, actually, not everyone can enter the ancient world after finding it. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? After finding the ancient world, you must stop it first. It means to stop it temporarily so that the entrance will appear. And to stop the ancient world, you must at least have the cultivation of an early stage war god. Fire Python said. I see. The two of them nodded in realization. Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned. He looked at the Fire Python and said, I've heard you mention something about initial stage war god and minor stage war god. Could it be that after breaking through to the war god realm, there are still differences in realms? Of course. Every major realm is divided into smaller realms. However, the difference is that every major realm from a martial artist to a battle emperor has 9 minor realms. War god, on the other hand, only has 5 minor realms. They are the initial stage, the initial stage, the initial stage, the darching stage, the peak stage, and the peak stage. For example, my father and the Fire Dragon are both at the peak stage. The Fire Python said. Peak stage. I remember you said that when the Fire Dragon took over my ancestor's body, my ancestor was at the small completion stage, and the Fire Dragon was at the darching stage? Qin Feiyang said. Why don't you look at the time? 10,000 years have already passed. The Fire Dragon will definitely have a breakthrough. The Fire Python was speechless. That's true. Qin Feiyang patted his head, looking rather embarrassed. He was truly smart all his life, but he was foolish this time. He actually didn't think of such a simple logic. Lu Zheng thought for a while and asked, is there a big difference between the 5 minor realms of the God of War? Nonsense, of course there's a big difference. For example, a war god at the small completion stage can kill dozens or even hundreds of war gods at the early completion stage with a wave of his hand. This is the same as a 9-star and 8-star battle emperor. The Fire Python said. Lu Zheng smiled embarrassedly, feeling that he had asked a rather stupid question. Qin Feiyang looked at the Fire Python curiously and said, then what realm are you at now? Early completion stage. The Fire Python said. Qin Feiyang said, 10,000 years ago, were you guarding the passage here? Yes. The Fire Python nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are you doing? The Fire Python looked at him suspiciously. Do you know? Before I entered the divine site, I heard a senior mention you. She said that 10,000 years ago, you were only at the false god stage. At that time, we were still worried that after 10,000 years, would you have broken through to the war god stage? In the end, you really did break through to the war god stage. But fortunately, we became friends. Qin Feiyang laughed. So it's like that. The Fire Python suddenly understood, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, do you really think of me as a friend? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He never thought that the Fire Python would suddenly ask such a question. The so-called father's debt is paid by the son. The Fire Python's father had also secretly helped the Fire Dragon to harm his ancestor. As a result, he did not give up on the idea of killing the Fire Python. This also caused him to not know how to answer the Fire Python's question. Fine. I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I also had a part in killing your father. Qin Feiyang said. What? The Fire Python's gaze trembled. The situation at that time was like this. Qin Feiyang told the Fire Python everything that had happened at that time. After listening, the Fire Python's eyes spewed out thick flames of anger, and it roared, I didn't expect you to be an accomplice. Calm down. At that time, your father wanted to kill us, and he even used a woman to threaten us. If you were in the same situation, would you sit still and wait for death? I believe that you definitely wouldn't. In the end, this matter is your father's fault. Besides, your father really died under the plot of the fire dragon. It has nothing to do with us. Because without the plot of the fire dragon, even if we wanted to kill your father, we wouldn't be able to do it. Lu Zheng said. I won't listen. The fire python roared. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Back then, your father secretly helped the fire dragon to harm my ancestor. Now, I'm helping the fire dragon to kill your father. This is actually an eye for an eye. I told you the truth because I wanted to tell you that if you can accept it, I'll make friends with you. If you can't accept it, we'll fight. Qin Feiyang said. Little cousin, you've already done your best. Based on his character, you dared to harm his ancestor. Even if you didn't participate, with your relationship with the giant python, he would still kill you. Lu Zheng snorted coldly. The fire python glanced at the two, its expression uncertain. Lu Zheng became vigilant and said in a deep voice, I believe that you are also a reasonable person. Don't make the wrong choice. No need to say any more, let it think for itself. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Lu Zheng nodded. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became solemn. After a long, long time, a cold light flashed in the fire python's eyes. It raised its huge tail like lightning and slapped toward Qin Feiyang. You're courting death. Lu Zheng's eyes turned cold. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shook off Lu Zheng. Immediately after, the battle formula was activated. Boom! The giant tail slapped Qin Feiyang, and he immediately smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. Little cousin. You beast, we've already given you enough face. Don't be ungrateful. Lu Zheng roared in shock and anger. However, the fire python turned a deaf ear and stared at Qin Feiyang below. Qin Feiyang slowly got up, blood flowing all over his body, and looked up at the fire python. The fire python said angrily, Why didn't you fight back? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Because I found that you didn't use your full strength. The fire python fell silent. Didn't use my full strength. Lu Zheng was stunned, flew to Qin Feiyang's side, and asked with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, but he kept coughing up blood. You call this fine? Lu Zheng glared at him, looked up at the fire python, and was about to speak. Forget it. The cycle of karma, an eye for an eye. The grudge between us is written off. But you have to promise me that you'll help me kill that damn fire dragon. The fire python looked down at Qin Feiyang and said with murderous intent. Ah. Lu Zheng was stunned. It's a deal. Qin Feiyang smiled. The fire python's expression also eased a lot. Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a little unpleasant, it was a blessing in disguise and gained the fire python's trust. The fire python guarded the passage and was a war god. It would definitely be helpful to them in the future. Lu Zheng looked at the scene in front of him. The fire dragon had already disappeared, and there was only dead silence around the stone gate. He said, Little cousin, are we going to find the ancient world now, or are we going straight to the second level? Ancient world, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked at the fire python and asked, What do you think? Let's not talk about whether we can find the ancient world. With your cultivation, you can't go out now. I think we should go to the second floor first and help me find the beast god. When the beast god finds out the truth, he will definitely abolish the fire dragon's position as the guardian. At that time, it is very likely that I will take over. If I really take over the position of the guardian, then I will be able to sense the location of the ancient world. At that time, won't it be easy for you to enter the ancient world? The fire python said. That makes sense. Lu Zheng immediately perked up. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Little cousin, even if we are lucky and can find the ancient world, it will waste a lot of time. It's better to do as the fire python said. Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. What about Yang Wei and Wang Zicheng? When the fire python becomes the guardian, won't it be easier to find them? Lu Zheng said with a smile. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Time is of the essence. We'd better go now. Because once I die, the fire dragon will definitely bring other divine beasts from the second floor to guard the passage here. The fire python said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, we'll do as you say. We'll go to the second floor now, but before that, there's one more thing we need to do. What is it? The fire python and Lu Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang did not answer and scanned the ground below. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on a stone that was more than 100 feet in size in the distance. That's it. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, and with a flash, he landed on the stone. What is he going to do? Lu Zheng and the fire python looked at him from afar, their faces full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang glanced at the boulder and suddenly waved his hand. With a rumbling sound, the boulder was split into 4. Then, he waved his arm, and a wisp of pseudogod power emerged and wrote 4 words on the 4 stones. No trespassing. After writing, Qin Feiyang took the 4 stones and returned to Lu Zheng and the fire python. No trespassing? What do you mean? Lu Zheng glanced at the 4 stones and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Chapter 1682. Why? Lu Zheng was puzzled. Of course, it's to warn Yang Wei and Wang Zicheng. They all recognize my handwriting. Once they see the words on these 4 stones, they won't go near the passage. And the fire python just said that the fire dragon will let other divine beasts guard the passage. What do you think will happen if Yang Wei and the others break in? Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Lu Zheng nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lu Zheng and the 4 stones out. Lu Zheng also immediately took the 4 stones and flew away. The fire python retracted its gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. It sighed. You really are far-sighted. If it were me, I would never have thought of this. Some things have to be long-term. After all, everyone follows me because they trust me. I can't put them in danger. Qin Feiyang smiled. The fire python looked at him deeply and fell silent. Soon, Lu Zheng returned. Qin Feiyang also immediately controlled the Black Tortoise realm and rushed through the stone door. Not long after the Black Tortoise realm entered the stone door, the fire dragon appeared again with a ferocious beast with a griffin's head. This was a griffin with 2 black wings on its back. Its body was more than 10 meters long and its power was extremely terrifying. You will guard this place now. Anyone who breaks in will be killed without mercy. The fire dragon looked at the griffin and said, Yes. The griffin responded respectfully and sank into the ground below, disappearing without a trace. Me. Qin Feiyang, do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have the Black Tortoise realm? When the beast god finishes studying Chang Shui, it will be your end. The fire dragon smiled coldly and disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. It was as if it had never been there in the first place. Back to Qin Feiyang. As soon as the Black Tortoise world entered the stone door, the image in the void fell into darkness. But not long after, a ray of light appeared. Very soon, they entered a space of nothingness. The space was about 10,000 feet wide and was shrouded in white mist. In the middle of the void, there were 3 tall stone doors. Each of the 3 stone doors was dozens of feet tall. They were like 3 majestic mountains, emitting a majestic aura. Lu Zheng scanned the 3 stone doors and said, It seems that this should be the vacuum zone that the mysterious madam mentioned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The mysterious madam had said that there was a vacuum between the first and second levels. In the vacuum, there was a stone door that led to the outside world. Lu Zheng looked at the fire python beside him and asked, Which of these 3 stone doors leads to the exit of the divine sight? The middle door leads to the outside world. The stone door on the right leads to the second level. As for the stone door on the left, it leads back to the first level. However, only I can return. For outsiders like you, once you enter the stone door to return to the first level, you will immediately be killed by the rule force. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang asked, Can the people on the second level enter here? Of course. Whether it's the people on the first or second level, if they want to leave the divine sight, they have to come here. I heard from my father that when your ancestor came here, he tried to enter the first level, but he was intercepted by the rule force. The fire python said. I know about this. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. His ancestor seemed to want to break into the first level for a woman. It seemed that his ancestor was also a sentimental person. Lu Zheng said, I remember that the mysterious madam seemed to have said that you need the flame of heavenly thunder to open this passage. Is the flame of heavenly thunder still there? Yes. Although everything on my body was shattered along with my physical body in the hall, when the Heart of Origin helped me reconstruct my physical body, these things were also reconstructed. Including the armor. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That's good. Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. If these flame of heavenly thunder didn't disappear, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. The fire python glanced at Lu Zheng and shook its head. You're worrying too much. What do you mean? Lu Zheng was taken aback and looked at it suspiciously. The fire python said, the 10 flame of heavenly thunder that opened the entrance will not disappear. Not disappear? Lu Zheng was stunned. Yes. Even if they are shattered, they will be reborn without anyone's help. The fire python said. So magical. Lu Zheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang was also very surprised. How can the things created by the Creator not be magical? The fire python smiled and said, let's go. Qin Feiyang nodded, controlled the black tortoise realm, and silently rushed through the stone door on the right. The image in the void fell into a state of darkness again. About 10 breaths passed. A dot of light appeared in the image. As the black tortoise realm continued to move forward, the dot of light became brighter and brighter. 5 or 6 breaths later. Finally, a vast expanse of mountains and rivers appeared in the image. The mountain ranges were like giant dragons lying on the ground. The giant peaks were more than 10,000 feet tall, like battle swords, towering into the sky, exuding a majestic aura. The ancient trees with luxuriant branches and leaves towered into the sky. The thick vines were like entwined dragons, incomparably vigorous. The rivers were like giant pythons, winding between the mountains, extending to the end of the earth. This place was completely different from the first level. The first level. Not a single blade of grass grew, without any life. But here. The vegetation was lush, and spring was abundant. And there was only one sun in the sky. Similarly, this was also a place full of danger. In the mountains, ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. High in the sky, ferocious birds soared. Just 1,000 miles away from the Black Tortoise realm, there were 2 ferocious beasts fighting desperately. The 2 ferocious beasts both had the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, with wings on their backs. Their bodies were more than 10 meters long, and their ferocious auras were monstrous. And right below the Black Tortoise realm, there was an ancient square. The square was about 1,000 feet wide, paved with a layer of black stones, and mottled with ancient ruins. In the center, there was an ancient stone door standing tall. The fire python said, that stone door is the passage to the vacuum zone. Qin Feiyang nodded, and looked again at the 2 ferocious beasts fighting in the sky. Although there was a distance of 1,000 miles, after breaking through to the false god realm, his eyesight had reached an unprecedented level, and he could see everything clearly. Eagle head and lion body, isn't that a griffin? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The griffin was an extremely ferocious beast. Any prey that was targeted by them would end up in a miserable state. Because they would not directly kill their prey, they would seriously injure their prey, and then tear off the flesh of their prey bit by bit, eating them alive. Yes. It's a griffin. And both of them are at the early stage of the god of war. But I remember that there is a griffin at the early stage of the griffin realm here. It is the emperor of all griffins. Why doesn't it do anything and just let the 2 griffins fight? The fire python was suspicious. Lu Zheng said, let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and quietly approached the battlefield. But before he got close, he found a familiar beast on the top of a mountain. It was the fire dragon. The fire dragon lay on the top of the mountain, raised its head, and looked at the 2 fighting griffins, its eyes full of ridicule. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I just came to the 2nd level and I met it. Lu Zheng snorted, his eyes full of killing intent. Just wait and see, it won't be proud for long. The fire python sneered. The 2 men and 1 beast looked at the battlefield again. The fierce battle between the two griffins had reached its climax. That's not right. Although these griffins are ferocious by nature, they are usually very united. What's going on? The fire python was suspicious. Suddenly, one of the griffins shouted, "Admit defeat. The new king must be me. You should be the one who admits defeat." The other griffin also roared, its voice like a bell, resounding through the sky. The new king? Don't they have an king? Why are they still fighting? Could it be that the griffin at the lower maturity stage has died? The fire python was more and more confused. Wait. Suddenly, the fire python looked at the fire dragon, then at the two griffins, and its eyes suddenly trembled. What did you think? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at it and asked. If I'm not wrong, the original king of the griffins should have been taken to the first level by the fire dragon to guard the passage. That's why these two griffins are fighting here for the position of king. However, they must be fighting here because of the fire dragon's order. The fire python said. The fire dragon's order? Lu Zheng was stunned. Yes. The griffins are very united. Generally, the succession of the position of king of beasts is designated by the previous king. In other words, the griffins will never fight for the position of king of beasts. Coupled with the fact that the fire dragon is squatting here and watching the show, I conclude that it must be the one who ordered the two griffins to fight here. The winner will become the new king of beasts, and the loser will die. The fire python said. This bastard, although the griffins are ferocious beasts, they also have dignity. How can it play with others like this? Lu Zheng looked at the fire dragon angrily, his eyes full of disgust. After so many years, it has been restored to the position of guardian. It must have found some fun to entertain itself and show off its power. Qin Feiyang said. The more I look at this bastard, the more I hate it. Fortunately, you had the foresight to leave a stone engraved with the words "No trespassing" on the first level. Otherwise, when your friends break in, with the ferocity of the griffins, none of them will survive. The fire python looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Where is the passage to the third level?" We are now in the southwest direction, and the passage to the third level is due east. With my speed, it will take about 10 days, and you will naturally take longer to control the Black Tortoise realm. It will take about 30 to 40 days. The fire python said. The difference is that big. Lu Zheng was shocked. That's for sure. The speed of the Black Tortoise realm is determined by Qin Feiyang's cultivation. Qin Feiyang is only a pseudo-god now, and the speed of a pseudo-god is only in the Black Tortoise realm. Although there is only a difference of 1 level between a pseudo-god and a beginner god of war, the difference is 3 to 4 times. But now, I can't go to the Black Tortoise realm. Because once I leave the Black Tortoise realm, the fire dragon may know my whereabouts, and it will definitely think of ways to kill me. You saw it too. There are as many ferocious beasts as dogs on the second level. With its current status as a guardian, it will be easy for it to kill me. So, we can only control the Black Tortoise realm and secretly go to the passage to the third level. The fire python said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng nodded. 30 to 40 days, that's 300 to 400 days in the castle. It should be enough for me to break through to the peak. Little cousin, you guys go ahead and send me to the castle. Lu Zheng said. Chapter 1683. The second floor of the miracle was a place full of danger, but it was also a place full of opportunities. In less than half an hour, Qin Feiyang saw no less than thousands of precious herbs on the way. And this was just a flash. If he went out to look carefully, he would undoubtedly find more. The fire python floated on the side, staring at the scene in the void. It didn't say a word, but its eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at it, smiling. Don't worry, the fire dragon will die sooner or later. The fire python said angrily, this emperor really can't figure it out. Father is so good to it, how can it go against its conscience and do such a thing? Whether it's us humans or you beasts, there are always a lot of scum like this. Because you guard the passage all year round, you don't come into contact with many beasts, so it's hard for you to accept the fire dragon's actions. But for me, I'm already used to it. Qin Feiyang said. Maybe. The fire python nodded. Right. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking suspiciously, "Your cousin said that 30 to 40 days outside is 300 to 400 days in the castle. What does that mean?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "It means that 1 day outside is 10 days in the castle." "What?" The fire python's body shook, its eyes full of shock. "Are you sure you're not joking?" "Do I look like I'm joking?" Qin Feiyang said. The fire python looked at Qin Feiyang seriously and shook its head. "No, but this is too unbelievable. Where did your castle come from? It actually has a time array? You also know about time arrays?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. According to my father, some peerless figures have the ability to set up a kind of array. This kind of array can change time," the fire python said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Does the creator of the miracle have this ability? What do you think?" The fire python smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even places like the Black Tortoise World and Divine Ruins could be created, so what was a mere time array to the creator? The fire python said, "You still haven't told me where you got this ancient castle." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "This is a gift from an elder of mine." "An elder gave it to you? Could it be your ancestor?" The fire python was shocked. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "No." The fire python was stunned. The way it saw it, only Qin Feiyang's ancestor possessed that ability. However, he didn't expect it to be someone else. Then, was this person like Qin Batian, a peerless figure who had lived through the ages? This kid is not simple. In the blink of an eye. 2 months passed. The first level. East of the water source. That morning, when the 10 suns had just risen, a group of people rushed over from afar. The fake god was a short, wretched-looking middle-aged man with a wretched appearance. Behind him, there were about 200 to 300 people, men and women, old and young. However, without exception, they all had the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor. Most of them had even reached the peak realm. Wait. Suddenly, in the crowd, a 9-star combat emperor at the peak realm trembled slightly and stopped, sweeping his gaze across the water source in front of him. "What's wrong?" Everyone was surprised and alert. That person said, "Look at the ground in front, there are actually shrubs and weeds." Everyone focused their gaze and found that there were indeed some. In Divine Ruins, only the water source will have vegetation. "It seems that there should be a water source in front," the leader said. "The water source. Hurry, let's go over quickly. There are a lot of divine items and herbs in the water source." The group of people immediately became excited and rushed towards the source of the water. Although Qin Feiyang had destroyed the water source, he did not destroy the Kuei water essence and so on hidden underground. So, over the past 2 months, the place had recovered a lot of vitality. Looking at the group of people rushing to the water source, the middle-aged man in the lead had a cold glint in his eyes. But soon, he covered it up and chased after the group of people. Soon, the group of people came to the edge of the water source and scanned the land full of vitality in front of them, their eyes full of surprise. The leader stepped into the water source and the temperature immediately cooled down. He turned to look at the group of people and said with a smile, "It is indeed the water source. Heard of it?" The others also entered the water source. But, the man in the lead gradually frowned again. "But what?" Everyone was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "Didn't you notice that this water source is different from the ones we encountered before?" The leader said. "Different?" Everyone was suspicious. The man in the lead bent down and grabbed a strand of grass. He pulled it up by the roots and said, "Look, this strand of grass is obviously new." "It's true." Everyone looked at the weed in the man's hand and said in surprise, "Look at the other weeds and shrubs on the ground, they have also just grown. In addition, didn't you notice that there is not even a big tree as thick as an arm in this water source? They are all small saplings. Isn't that strange?" The man in the lead glanced at the water source with his brows tightly knitted together. "It is indeed a little strange." Hearing this, the others looked at the water source with a puzzled expression. "Actually, it is very easy to explain." The leader suddenly smiled and said indifferently, "What?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. From the growth of these plants, it can be seen that a terrifying battle took place here 2 or 3 months ago. The battle destroyed the original water source. The leader said. Makes sense. Everyone nodded. But who exactly was the one fighting here? The leader frowned and looked up at the depths of the water source. He suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. There was a black stone door floating. The leader was shocked and hurriedly said, "Open it quickly, there is a stone door there." Everyone looked up and their eyes trembled. Someone immediately said, "Could that be the passage to the second level of the miracle?" No. Someone shook his head and was very sure. "Why do you say that?" Everyone looked at that person in confusion. Before leaving, the Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Hong told us that the passage to the second level is located on a palm-shaped giant peak in the southwest direction. Although our current position is not bad, we do not see that giant peak. From this, it can be seen that it is not a passage. That person said. If it is not a passage, then what is it? Everyone was puzzled. That person pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let's take a closer look." "All right." Everyone nodded. A group of people immediately rushed towards the stone door. "Stop." However, the man in the lead suddenly shouted. Everyone stopped and turned to look at the man suspiciously. The leader looked at the stone door and said in a deep voice, "This place is quite strange, it is better to be careful." "How is it strange? Why didn't we notice it?" Everyone looked at each other. Sixth sense. The leader scanned the depths of the water source and said in a deep voice, "Since entering this water source, I have a bad premonition in my heart." "It can't be. We don't have it. You must be thinking too much." Everyone laughed. Thinking too much. The man in the lead secretly sneered. Suddenly, he found a huge rock at the edge of the left side 100 miles away. On the huge rock, there seemed to be a few words engraved. Whoosh! A trace of suspicion crawled in his eyes, turned into a stream of light, and rushed to the front of the huge rock. The words "Do not enter" immediately entered his eyes. Seeing this, the 200 to 300 people also followed. When they saw the words on the huge rock, their pupils could not help but shrink. Was this water source really that dangerous? "Do not enter," the leader murmured and looked at the depths of the water source again. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, retracted his gaze, and looked at the words on the huge rock again. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This handwriting, it was exactly the same as the young master's handwriting. Why would the young master's handwriting appear here? Could it be that the young master left this behind? The leader murmured in his heart, extremely surprised and doubtful. To be able to see Qin Feiyang's handwriting and call Qin Feiyang young master, the identity of this person was naturally revealed. It was Yang Wei. "Do not enter." What does the young master mean by leaving these words? Yang Wei's mind was full of doubts. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so strange?" One of the 9-star combat emperors walked to Yang Wei's side and asked suspiciously. "Nothing, nothing." Yang Wei waved his hand, adjusted his mentality, and looked up at the stone door in the sky again. Stone door, do not enter. The thoughts in his mind were running at high speed. Suddenly, an imperceptible smile flashed across his eyes. So that was it. The stone door must be the passage to the second level. The young master must have also entered the second level. The young master must have left these words to remind the people around him that there was danger ahead and not to approach. Yang Wei's eyes flashed, looked at the crowd, and said with a smile, "I can already be sure that the stone door is not the passage to the second level. I think it is a divine item." Divine item. Everyone looked at the stone door. An old man said suspiciously, "Since it is a divine weapon, it should have divine power." But this old man did not sense the slightest bit of divine power. Some divine weapons look simple and unadorned, but no one knows that they are extremely heaven-defying divine weapons. This stone door, I think it should be that type of divine weapon. Yang Wei said with a smile. Hearing you say that, everyone pondered. For the sake of fairness, whoever gets it first will get it. Yang Wei shouted. He didn't give these people any time to think. After he finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards the stone door. Seeing this, the others were afraid that the stone door would fall into Yang Wei's hands, and one after another, they used their auxiliary battle arts and rushed towards the stone door. Yang Wei was only a 6-star combat emperor, and the rest were 9-star combat emperors at the very least. In the blink of an eye, they surpassed Yang Wei and left Yang Wei far behind. To this, Yang Wei's face was full of anger, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a sneer that was not noticed by others. P.S. There are still 3 chapters today, but the remaining 2 chapters will be later, around 11 o'clock. Those who can't wait can wait until tomorrow morning to read them. Chapter 1684. Yang Wei slowed down. The people in front rushed towards the stone gate like crazy, not noticing Yang Wei's abnormality at all. Even if they did, they wouldn't think much about it. Because they would only think that Yang Wei knew that he couldn't compete with them and gave up on snatching the stone gate. Soon, a group of people rushed to the bottom of the stone gate. But the stone gate was high up in the sky. The first level of the miracle had rules and restrictions, so it was impossible to fly. How to go up became a difficult task. Just as the group of people was racking their brains to think of a way, suddenly, roar! An ear-deafening roar exploded. The group of people was so shocked that their blood was surging and they turned pale with fright. Following closely, the griffin, which had been hiding underground, leaped out. Its divine might was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. It's a divine beast. The group of people changed their expressions on the spot and hurriedly fled in all directions. However, with their speed, how could they escape from the claws of the griffin? One had to know. This griffin had the cultivation of the warlord level, which was even more terrifying than the fire python. The divine power enveloped heaven and earth. The group of people was immediately imprisoned. You ants, how dare you intrude into this emperor's territory and disturb this emperor's cultivation? The griffin snickered. Lord Divine Beast, please spare our lives. We didn't mean to break in. We'll leave immediately. The group of people begged again and again. It's too late. The griffin laughed sinisterly, its body expanded with the wind, and in an instant, a giant beast of 100 feet appeared out of thin air. Lord, please, let us go. No, no, in the endless screams and despair, the griffin opened its wide mouth, and the group of people poured into the griffin's mouth like delicious cakes. In just a moment, 200 or 300 people were swallowed alive by the griffin, and no one was left alive. The griffin licked its lips as if it hadn't had enough. It glanced around and then went back underground. Its aura also disappeared. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have thought that there was a terrifying divine beast lurking here. And Yang Wei, when the griffin appeared, had already restrained his aura and was lying in a ditch overgrown with weeds, not daring to even breathe loudly. It was too terrifying. There was actually such a ferocious divine beast hidden here. No wonder the young master would leave behind those words. In his heart, he rejoiced. If it weren't for the young master's reminder, he would have become the griffin's food. He raised his head and looked at the stone door, then quietly left the water source. He climbed up a mountain peak that was more than 1,000 feet high and looked at the water source from afar. The fear in his heart did not dissipate for a long time. Another month passed. This month, he had been cultivating on the mountain peak. That afternoon, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the northwest. He saw a group of people heading towards the water source. There were about 70 to 80 people. Who could it be? Yang Wei muttered to himself as he leaped down from the mountain peak and quietly sneaked over. Soon, he climbed up a mountain ridge and looked up. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. That group of people were all wearing the Pill Tower's uniform. Obviously, they were from the Pill Tower. Their cultivations were basically at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. The person in the lead was a man with an outstanding temperament. It was Gongsun Bei. But among the crowd, there were 2 young people who were particularly eye-catching. What was eye-catching was their cultivation. 4-star combat emperor. It could be said that they were very weak. One of them was bare-chested and wore a pair of large underpants. His feet were bare and his body was burly like a small giant. He exuded a valiant aura. The other person was thin and slightly tanned. There was a trace of cynicism on his face. Yang Wei recognized these 2 people. It was also these two people that made him feel surprised. Because these two people were the Big Bull and Wang Zicheng. These two guys actually didn't meet up with the young master. Yang Wei muttered as he got up and ran towards the group of people. The Pill Tower's people also quickly discovered Yang Wei. They all had strange expressions. An old man said, "Palace Master, look, isn't that the Imperial Tutor's trusted aide?" Gongsun Bei looked at Yang Wei and nodded. "It's him. I saw him last time when he came to the main pagoda with the Imperial Tutor." After saying that, Gongsun Bei led people to welcome them. After meeting up, Yang Wei cupped his hands and smiled. "Greetings, Palace Master Gongsun. You don't have to be so polite." Gongsun Bei waved his hand and smiled. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you alone? Where are the others from the Great Qin Empire?" "I don't know either. I didn't meet anyone along the way." Yang Wei shook his head. Someone laughed. "Then you're really unlucky. Isn't that so? I'm a 6-star combat emperor. It's really heaven's mercy for me to be able to come here." Yang Wei sighed. Gongsun Bei said, "You're too humble. As the Imperial Tutor's trusted aide, how can you not have some tricks up your sleeve?" I'm ashamed. Yang Wei shook his head. Gongsun Bei smiled and raised his head to look at the water source. "That should be the water source, right?" "Yes." Yang Wei nodded. The water source. The eyes of the people of the Pill Tower lit up. Yang Wei's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Gongsun. What's the matter?" Gongsun Bei was stunned and looked at Yang Wei suspiciously. Yang Wei said, "Do you still remember our alliance?" "Alliance?" Gongsun Bei murmured. The Imperial Tutor and the Pill Tower had secretly formed an alliance before entering the Divine Ruin to deal with the Mu clan and Qin Feiyang. Palace Master Gongsun was also present when the alliance was formed. "You can't have forgotten it so quickly." Yang Wei smiled. "I didn't forget." Gongsun Bei shook his head. "That's good. Palace Master, you see, I'm all alone now. Shouldn't you take me with you for the sake of the alliance?" Yang Wei said. Gongsun Bei frowned and nodded with a smile. "Of course. Thank you, Palace Master." Yang Wei quickly thanked him. "You're welcome." Gongsun Bei smiled, but it was a forced smile. It was obvious that he didn't like Yang Wei very much. To be precise, he didn't like the Imperial Tutor. Yang Wei's current identity was the Imperial Tutor's confidant, so he was a little disgusted. However, he couldn't ignore it because of the overall situation. An old man looked at the water source and urged, "Palace Master, let's go to the water source and take a look. Maybe we can find some divine items." "Divine items?" Yang Wei was stunned and asked calmly, "Have you found any divine items?" "Yes. Half a year ago, we found a divine item in a water source," the old man said proudly. Yang Wei smiled and said, "That's really worth celebrating. What about you?" the old man asked. "Me?" Yang Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm already satisfied to be able to live until now. Why talk about divine items?" "That's true." The old man nodded. Gongsun Bei waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Let's go." The group immediately walked toward the water source. A moment later, everyone entered the water source. Under Yang Wei's deliberate reminder, Gongsun Bei and the others also found the stone door. Their reaction was the same as the people in the main tower. Gongsun Bei retracted his gaze and looked at Yang Wei, asking, "How long have you been in the water source?" 5 or 6 days. Yang Wei said. Gongsun Bei said, "Have you been in there?" "Yes." Yang Wei nodded. "Did you find anything? Such as beasts?" Gongsun Bei asked. "No. I've searched this water source. Before you came, I was the only one here." Yang Wei smiled. "Then do you know what that stone door is?" Gongsun Bei asked. Yang Wei said, "According to my observation, the stone door should be a divine item." "Divine item? Since it's a divine item, why don't you get it?" Gongsun Bei frowned and had a suspicious attitude. "Temple Master, don't you know that we can't fly on this level? Look at that stone door." It's 10,000 zhong high up in the sky. Even if I have the cultivation of a combat emperor, I can't jump up. Yang Wei smiled bitterly. I see. Gongsun Bei murmured and looked up at the stone door, saying, this is indeed a problem. The old man next to him said, Temple Master, since the water source is not dangerous, why don't we go over first and think of a solution? Okay. Gongsun Bei nodded. The group of people immediately moved and walked towards the stone door. Yang Wei's eyes flashed. He suddenly patted his head and looked at Gongsun Bei, saying, Temple Master, the imperial tutor left a message before he left. He asked me to pass it to you if I meet you in the divine ruin. Gongsun Bei stopped and turned to look at Yang Wei, asking suspiciously, what message? Yang Wei glanced at the others and said, this is not a small matter. Let's talk in private. Gongsun Bei frowned and said unhappily, we're all on the same side. What are you afraid of? Yang Wei said, this is the imperial tutor's message. Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. The old man next to him smiled and said, Temple Master, since it's the imperial tutor's message, it must be very important. Go with him. We'll go to the stone door first. Gongsun Bei glanced at the old man and nodded, saying, okay, be careful. Don't act rashly. Yes. The old man nodded. Yang Wei looked at Wang Zicheng and Barbarian Bull, saying, you two come with me. Us. Wang Zicheng and Barbarian Bull were stunned. Yes. Yang Wei nodded. The two looked at Gongsun Bei. Gongsun Bei looked deeply at Yang Wei and said to Wang Zicheng and Barbarian Bull, let's go together. Yes. The two replied respectfully. A smile flashed across Yang Wei's face as he said, the three of you, follow me. After saying that, Yang Wei walked towards a huge rock in the distance. Gongsun Bei and the other two followed behind him. Wang Zicheng looked at Yang Wei's back and said, Barbarian Bull, don't you think this guy is a little strange? Strange? Barbarian Bull was stunned and said suspiciously, I don't think so. Silly big guy. Think about it, if he really has something, he can just look for Gongsun Bei. Why would he look for the two of us? We're not big shots. Wang Zicheng thought. Now that you mention it, it's really a little strange. Barbarian Bull muttered. That's why we have to be careful. The people of Great Qin are like the people around the imperial tutor. We can't trust them easily. Wang Zicheng said. Got it. Barbarian Bull secretly replied. Soon. The three of them followed Yang Wei to the side of the huge rock. As for the old man and the others, they had already arrived at the bottom of the stone door. Chapter 1685. Gongsun Bei glanced at the boulder, then looked at Yang Wei. What is it? Speak. Gongsun Bei and Wang Zicheng did not see the 4 words on the side of the boulder. Yang Wei pointed at the bottom of the stone door and smiled. Look over there. Gongsun Bei and the other two looked up, their eyes full of suspicion. But suddenly, roar. With a loud roar, the griffin appeared again. The old man and the others immediately turned pale and fled in panic. But in the end, none of them escaped. They were all swallowed alive by the griffin. The bloody scene was unbearable to watch. What's going on? Gongsun Bei and the other two were shocked. Oh no, we've been tricked. Murderous intent surged in their eyes as they looked at Yang Wei. But at the same time, Gongsun Bei suddenly felt a chill on his back and a heart-wrenching pain came from his lower abdomen. He lowered his head and looked at his abdomen. He saw the tip of a sword on his abdomen. The tip of the sword was still dripping blood. What are you doing? Wang Zicheng was furious. Yang Wei shouted, the griffin is still there. If you don't want to die, hide your aura. With that, he pressed Gongsun Bei's head and made them both lie on the ground. Wang Zicheng and the other man quivered, and immediately retracted their auras to the extreme, and went along with the flow to lie down. The griffin had killed everyone. A ferocious look flashed in its eyes and it went back into hiding. After a few moments, Yang Wei let go of Gongsun Bei and pulled out his sword. You bastard, you said you were in an alliance, but you were plotting against us behind our backs. Tell me, did the Grand Tutor order you to do this? Gongsun Bei covered his bleeding lower abdomen and stared at Yang Wei gloomily. If you don't tell us the truth, We will tear you apart. Wang Zicheng and the bull also looked at Yang Wei with murderous intent. Yang Wei got up and looked at the three with a smile. I did it for your own good. Otherwise, you would have died in the griffin's mouth. Should I be grateful to you? Gongsun Bei laughed in anger. Yeah. Are you sure you should be grateful to me? Wait, be sure. You should thank the young master. If it wasn't for the fact that the young master thought highly of you, I would have plotted against you as well. Yang Wei said. Young master? Gongsun Bei was stunned. Yang Wei turned around and walked to the front of the boulder. He said indifferently, take a look. When the three of them arrived in front of the boulder, the words do not enter immediately entered their line of sight. What does that mean? Gongsun Bei raised his eyebrows. These words were left behind by the young master. It means that there's danger inside and we can't get close. Yang Wei said. Gongsun Bei frowned. Isn't your master the master of the fake divine kingdom? Who is this young master you speak of? You all know each other. Yang Wei smiled. You know him? Gongsun Bei and the other two exchanged glances. Yes. Yang Wei nodded and looked at Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng, saying, the reason why I called you two along is also because of the young master. Don't keep us in suspense. Who exactly is your young master? Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows. You Qinghai's 10 heroes are all extremely smart. How come you still can't guess? Yang Wei shook his head helplessly and said, listen carefully. The young master I speak of is Qin Feiyang. What? Qin Feiyang is your young master? The three of them were dumbfounded. Yes, my real name is Yang Wei. Under the orders of the young master, I'm lurking around the Grand Tutor. Yang Wei said. You're Yang Wei? The three of them widened their eyes again. Whether it was Gongsun Bei or Wang Zicheng, they all knew of Yang Wei's existence. Because back on the Forgotten Continent, Yang Wei's name had already spread far and wide along with Qin Feiyang. It could be said that everyone on the Forgotten Continent knew that there was someone called Yang Wei by Qin Feiyang's side. Moreover, Gongsun Bei and the other two had seen him more than once. However, they didn't expect that this person was actually Yang Wei. They also didn't expect that Yang Wei had changed his appearance and lurked around the Grand Tutor. So it's one of us. Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian bull looked at each other with bitter smiles in their eyes. This guy's acting was too good. Even they didn't see any clues. Gongsun Bei came back to his senses and said with a frown, so you're following Qin Feiyang's orders to trap us here? No. I haven't seen the young master since entering the divine ruin. It was my idea to trap and kill the people from your main tower. I believe that the young master would approve of my actions. Moreover, it wasn't just the people from your main tower. Many people from Great Qin were also killed. Yang Wei said. Then where is Qin Feiyang now? And that stone door, is it a divine artifact or not? Gongsun Bei asked in a deep voice. According to my guess, the young master has already entered the second level, and that stone door isn't a divine artifact but a passage to the second level. Yang Wei said. The young master has already entered the second level. Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian were surprised. Gongsun Bei glanced at the stone door and said, then why did you tell us that the stone door is a divine artifact? Not only you, but I also said the same to the people from Great Qin. Because doing so can eliminate your worries. Our various factions have done their homework before entering the divine ruin. For example, what's inside the divine ruin? For example, where is the passage to the second level, and what are the signs? We've already known all of this in advance. We also know that there are divine beasts guarding the passage. So, this is why I said that it's a divine artifact even though I know it's a passage. Yang Wei said. I understand now. If there are divine beasts guarding the passage, no one will dare to approach it easily. On the other hand, by saying that it's a divine artifact, on the one hand, everyone will lower their guard. On the other hand, hearing that it's a divine artifact, no matter who it is, will make them greedy. Once greed arises, they will lose their ability to judge and even their rationality. Wang Zicheng said in realization. That's right. Yang Wei nodded. Wang Zicheng shook his head and said, You're smart and meticulous. As expected of the young master's most valued person. You flatter me. The Azure Sea's 10 heroes aren't bad either. Yang Wei smiled. Young master. However, Gongsun Bei suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, why do you also call him young master Qin Feiyang? Because I'm also one of Qin Feiyang's people. Yang Wei is a spy that the young master placed beside the Grand Preceptor, and I'm a spy that the young master placed in your main tower. Wang Zicheng said. What? Gongsun Bei's eyes trembled as he looked at Barbarian Bull. The same goes for me. Barbarian Bull grinned. You, Gongsun Bei gritted his teeth. Don't look at us like that. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. The Azure Sea's 10 heroes are all favored by God. Who in the world can make us work for? Only Qin Feiyang. Wang Zicheng said. That's right. Qin Feiyang is better than the chief in all aspects. For example, as a person. You should know better than us what kind of person the head tower master is. He's a typical hypocrite. Only an idiot like you would be so loyal to him. Barbarian Bull snorted. Gongsun Bei fell silent. Although he was unhappy with Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng's betrayal, what they said was the truth. When did you follow Qin Feiyang? Are Viper and Dan Wangxai also with Qin Feiyang? Gongsun Bei asked. Yes. Viper and Dan Wangxai left with the young master early in the morning. As for when you followed him, do you still remember when the young master accompanied young master Hao and Wang Yu to Azure Sea? Wang Zicheng said. Gongsun Bei said in a deep voice, so you were already following him at that time? Yes. To be honest, we were reluctant at that time. But later, we slowly found that following him was a good choice. Wang Zicheng said with a smile. I have to admit that your young master is really terrifying. Great Qin and the Chief Tower are all under his control. Gongsun Bei shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, he said in surprise, wait, does the Mu family have his eyes? The Mu family doesn't. But I think the Mu family can no longer threaten the young master. Gongsun Bei, we know that the young master values you very much. I believe you also know the young master's character. Why are you so stubborn? What is it about the Chief Tower that makes you so loyal to him? Yang Wei said with a frown. Gongsun Bei was silent for a moment before saying, I'm not loyal to the Chief Tower. I'm loyal to the Chief Tower, the Forgotten Continent, and the millions of people. I see. I'm starting to admire you. I finally understand why the young master likes you so much. There aren't many people like you left in the world who take it upon themselves to protect the people of the world. Yang Wei said. Protect the people of the world? Gongsun Bei said with a self-deprecating smile, I have this thought, but I don't have the ability. That's because you don't have a good stage. You haven't met someone who understands and supports you. If you follow the young master, I can guarantee that he will do his best to help you. Yang Wei said. Gongsun Bei lowered his head and said nothing. Sigh. The Chief Tower is sinister and cunning. He's too selfish. The Forgotten Continent will be destroyed in his hands sooner or later. If you really want to protect the Forgotten Continent, you should know how to give up. Because if you follow the Chief Tower, you won't be able to stop all of this. You can only watch as the Forgotten Continent is destroyed in his hands. At that time, not only will you not be able to protect the people of the world, but you'll also be cursed by the future generations together with the Chief Tower. I know that you don't care about being cursed by the future generations, but do you feel good watching the Forgotten Continent being destroyed step by step? Wang Zicheng sighed. Gongsun Bei's gaze trembled. Seeing that Gongsun Bei was wavering, Yang Wei took advantage of the situation and said, if I were you, I would choose to control the Forgotten Continent myself. Although many people would curse you for being disloyal, as long as you have a clear conscience, wouldn't it be fine? Gongsun Bei raised his head and looked at Yang Wei. Actually, your fate is similar to the young master's. You're thinking of ways to protect the Forgotten Continent, while the young master is doing his best to protect the great Qin Empire. However, his way of doing things is completely different from yours. He would rather be cursed for the rest of his life to do what he should do and fulfill his responsibilities. For example, right now, The people of the great Qin Empire all view him as an evil traitor. But does the young master care? He doesn't care. I asked the young master, and he told me that it doesn't matter what others say. It's fine as long as you have a clear conscience. Yang Wei said. A clear conscience, Gongsun Bei muttered. Chapter 1686. There's hope. Yang Wei looked at Gongsun Bei, his eyes full of expectation. If he could help the young master take Gongsun Bei back, it would be considered a great merit. My conscience is clear, my conscience is clear. A moment later, Gongsun Bei sighed deeply and looked at the three of them. What you said makes sense. I was foolish in the past. A smile appeared on the faces of the three. Okay. I'll betray the main tower. But you have to listen carefully. I'm not following Qin Feiyang. I'm cooperating with Qin Feiyang. Gongsun Bei looked at the three of them. Of course. I believe the young master will not treat you as a servant. I wish us a happy cooperation. The three of them smiled. Happy cooperation. Gongsun Bei nodded with a smile. Yang Wei smiled. Let's go and find a place to repair our Sea of Qi. Gongsun Bei asked suspiciously, we're not going to enter the second floor? With that griffin guarding the entrance, can we go in? Yang Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then what should we do? Are we going to stay on the first floor forever? Gongsun Bei frowned. That's the only way now. Yang Wei sighed. Wang Zicheng shook his head. This is not a long-term solution. With the griffin guarding the passage, not only can we not enter the second floor, but we also can't leave the miracle. Yes. If we don't get rid of it, even if we can save our lives, we will be trapped here forever. Barbarian Bull said. I've thought about this. There's no need to worry. Yang Wei waved his hand. No need to worry? The three of them were stunned. Yes. Think about it. Since the young master left these words, he must believe that we are still alive. Yang Wei smiled. What does this mean? Barbarian Bull was puzzled. Stupid. This means that before the young master leaves the miracle, he will find a way to come to the first floor to save us. Yang Wei said. The three of them were overjoyed. Wait. Don't celebrate too early. However, Wang Zicheng suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, don't forget the rules of the divine ruins. Those who have broken through to the semi-divinity realm will not be able to enter the first floor. That's right. The fact that Qin Feiyang has entered the second floor means that he has already broken through to the semi-divinity realm, Gongsun Bei said in a deep voice. I didn't think of that. Yang Wei frowned. Gongsun Bei and Wang Zicheng also lowered their heads. They were silent and worried. Don't think too much. I believe that the young master will definitely not abandon us. Besides, young master is someone who specializes in creating miracles. Who knows, he might be able to create a miracle this time. Besides, everything is an accident. What if something happens to the griffin or if it leaves this place? Won't we be able to find a way to enter the passage? Yang Wei smiled. That makes sense. The big barbarian bull nodded and said, then let's go and find a hidden place to squat. Wait. There's one more thing to do. Wang Zicheng chuckled. What is it? Yang Wei and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Destroy the words on this boulder. Without the reminder of these 4 words, the people who come here later will definitely barge in. Wang Zicheng smiled. The big barbarian bull said disdainfully, what a cunning bastard, but I like it. You're not cunning. Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes and said, and I think that the young master should have left more than one boulder behind. What do you mean? The big barbarian bull was suspicious. It's very simple. The young master doesn't know which direction we will come from. So, he will leave at least 4 boulders behind, 1 in each direction. Wang Zicheng said. That makes sense. I'll stay here and guard Gongsun Bei. You two split up and destroy them all. Yang Wei said. Okay. Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng nodded and turned into streaks of light, searching along the edge of the water source. Yang Wei also took out a dagger and cut off the words on the boulder in front of him. You guys are really ruthless. I think that other than the few of us, no one who entered the first level of the miracle will be spared. Gongsun Bei said. That's the effect I want. Yang Wei smiled coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gongsun Bei looked at him deeply and didn't say anything else. He took out a spirit sea pill and put it in his mouth, silently healing his qi si. Soon, Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian bull returned together. Wang Zicheng looked at Yang Wei and Gongsun Bei and said with a smile, "As I expected, there are 4 boulders in total. Well done. Let's go." Yang Wei smiled and led Wang Zicheng and the other 2 to climb up to a nearby mountain peak silently. They stood at the edge of the cliff and scanned the water source. Standing here, they could clearly see the situation of the water source. By the way, Yang Wei turned to look at Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian bull and said, "I just wanted to ask you guys a question. Are the black monkey and the others not with you?" Hearing this question, Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian bull trembled slightly. Their hands unconsciously clenched and their eyes were faintly red. Gongsun Bei also lowered his head and didn't say anything. There was a touch of sadness between his eyebrows. Seeing this, Yang Wei's eyelids suddenly twitched and an uneasy premonition surged in his heart. Wang Zicheng murmured, "The black monkey, the dead face, the Shini brothers, and the Ice Queen have always been with us. Always together? Why didn't I see them?" Yang Wei was suspicious. "Big barbarian bull," Wang Zicheng said. The big barbarian bull silently took out a white jade box from his chenkuan bag and handed it to Yang Wei, saying, "They are all inside." Yang Wei took the jade box and looked at the 3 in confusion. He opened the jade box and saw that it was half the size of a washbasin and full of white powder. "This is..." Yang Wei was immediately surprised. Wang Zicheng sighed and said, "They're ashes." "What?" Yang Wei's body shook and he staggered and almost fell down. The jade box almost fell out of his hand. Looking at the ashes inside, Yang Wei couldn't calm down for a long time and murmured, "In other words, this is their ashes?" "Yes." Wang Zicheng nodded. "How could this be?" Yang Wei's eyes were hot and he roared, "How did they die?" "They died under the claws of Mu Tianyang. Half a year ago, we entered a water source and were ambushed by more than 100 people of the Mu family," Wang Zicheng said. "The Mu family? I remember that the Mu family's war kings were all eradicated by the young master and the chief pagoda. With their current strength, how could they dare to ambush you? Not to mention killing the black monkey and the others." Yang Wei was surprised. Their strength was indeed not that great. However, they discovered us in advance and poisoned the water. You also know how important water is to us in this divine site. When we saw water, we couldn't wait to run over. When we found out that the water was poisoned, it was already too late. And the poison they put in the water was not ordinary. It was the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. Even the antidote pill couldn't cure it. Wang Zicheng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of hatred. Damn it! Yang Wei was furious. This was really bad news. He asked, "Then why didn't you die? Speaking of which, we were lucky. At that time, we hadn't met up with Gongsun Bei. When the Mu family's people were killing, Gongsun Bei happened to come and save us. But he was still one step too late. When Gongsun Bei came, the Black Monkey and the others had already been killed along with more than 39 Star War Kings." Wang Zicheng sighed. Yang Wei said, "Then how did you get rid of the poison in your body?" Wang Zicheng said, "Do you still remember the sacred water?" "Sacred water?" Yang Wei was stunned. He tried to recall for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "You mean the sacred water that can cure hundreds of poisons?" "Yes. Back when we were in Qinghai, we asked Viper for some sacred water, just in case we needed it," Wang Zicheng said. "Then why didn't you take the sacred water as soon as you found out that you were poisoned?" Yang Wei asked. "Because they were faster. The moment we were poisoned, they ran out and seized everyone's Chenkuan bags. It was Gongsun Bei who came and killed them to take back the Chenkuan bags," Wang Zicheng said. Yang Wei sighed. "It seems that if Gongsun Bei didn't come in time, you would have been wiped out." "Yes. It's all my fault. If I had been a little more vigilant, they wouldn't have died." Wang Zicheng's face was full of self-blame. "Sigh." Yang Wei sighed and said, "This has nothing to do with you. This is their fate. Yes. At least their ashes are still here. Their bodies won't be completely gone. The bull patted Wang Zicheng's shoulder and comforted him. But Wang Zicheng looked at the two of them and said, "They're my friends. Although we didn't get along in the past, we've been like brothers and sisters ever since we followed the young master. Now that something like this has happened, how can I explain it to the young master?" All right. I can understand your feelings. The young master is not an unreasonable person. He won't blame you. Yang Wei said. The bull looked at Wang Zicheng and said, "If you say so, then I'm also at fault. I was too careless. You're a guy with all brawn and no brain. Isn't it normal for you to be careless?" Wang Zicheng snorted. "You." The barbarian bull was immediately enraged, but after thinking about it, he suppressed his anger and said, "I won't bicker with you now. You should be more open-minded. Although the black monkey and the others are dead, the spirit empress hasn't appeared all this time. I think she should still be alive." "I hope so." Wang Zicheng sighed and said. What they didn't know was that the spirit queen had been found by Qin Feiyang. Yang Wei pondered for a while and asked, "Did you kill all the people who ambushed you?" "Yes. Not a single one was left alive." Wang Zicheng nodded. "Even if you kill them all, you can't just let it go. I think there should be a lot of people from the Mu family on the first floor. They will come here sooner or later. You know what I mean, right?" Yang Wei sneered. "Of course." Chapter 1687. At the same time. On the second floor. Qin Feiyang had also been on the road for 3 consecutive months without rest. "Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest?" Fire Python didn't close his eyes for the past 3 months because he had to guide Qin Feiyang. "Not tired." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although he had been traveling non-stop for 3 months, his face didn't show any signs of fatigue. Instead, he was hale and hearty. Because controlling the Black Tortoise world was different from controlling the ancient castle. Controlling the Black Tortoise world didn't require any external conditions. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. In the image, a majestic mountain range gradually appeared. The mountain range was thousands of miles long. The mountains were steep and the vegetation was dense. From afar, it looked like a giant dragon. It was filled with a mysterious aura. Roar. Mountain stream. The roar of beasts was endless. Terrifying auras filled every corner of the place. These auras were all from war gods. "It's here." Fire Python's spirit was lifted. Qin Feiyang was taken aback as he scanned the mountain range. This mountain range is called Dragon Soul Mountain Range. There are no less than 100 war god level beasts here. It's the most terrifying place on the second floor. And the passage to the third floor is above the dragon head of the mountain range. Fire Python said. "No less than 100. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This miracle was really more terrifying than the previous one. The Black Tortoise world silently cut through the sky and landed above the dragon head of the Dragon Soul Mountain Range. Below, there was an ancient square that was about 100 feet wide. And in the middle of the square, there was a blood-colored altar. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood-colored altar and said in surprise, "Why is it a teleportation altar? Is there a problem with this?" Fire Python didn't understand. "As far as I know, usually, only when the distance is too far away will a teleportation altar be set up." Qin Feiyang said. "This, I'm not too sure. The entire layout and distribution of the miracle is only known to the creator and beast god." Fire Python said. "Even the guardians don't know?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. The guardian's authority is limited to the first and second levels." The Fire Python nodded. In other words, if the fire dragon wants to go to the third level, he has to revive this altar. Qin Feiyang said. "Yes. And according to Father, this is a one-way teleportation altar." The Fire Python said. "One way? You mean that we can only go in and not come out?" Qin Feiyang was bewildered. "Yes. If you want to come out, I'll need Lord Beast God's help. If Lord Beast God refuses to help, you will forever be trapped on the third level no matter how powerful you are." The Fire Python said. "In that case, if the ancestor didn't die, then wouldn't he still be on the third level? Qin Feiyang mumbled. He turned to look at the fire python with a pleading expression and said, "When you enter the third level later, can you help me find out the whereabouts of my ancestor?" The fire python was in a difficult position. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang didn't understand. "My father once said that even a guardian of a miracle can't run around the third level, let alone me." The fire python shook its head. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disappointment. "Fine. This emperor will try his best. However, you shouldn't have too much hope. After all, when your ancestor entered the third level, he lost all his cultivation. In such a situation, it will be difficult for him to survive," the fire python said. Qin Feiyang went silent. He clenched his fists and a determined light appeared in his eyes. "No matter what, I have to look for him." The fire python looked at him deeply and said, "Send this emperor down." Qin Feiyang controlled the black tortoise realm and landed beside the altar. "Follow me out and revive the altar with me, lest the fire dragon comes and fails on the verge of success," the fire python said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed, he had to revive the altar quickly. Sure. With a wave of his hand, a man and a beast immediately appeared beside the altar. Boom. The power of the false gods and the divine gods poured into the altar. With a buzz, the altar began to revive, releasing strands of blood-red divine light. The second level allowed flight. There were no other rules or restrictions. Other than the countless divine beasts, it was no different from the outside world. Just as Qin Feiyang and the fire python appeared, in a certain sea of fire, the fire dragon was lying in boiling magma with its eyes closed. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened its eyes, which were full of surprise. The altar was reviving. Who had the guts to do so? It closed its eyes again and expanded its perception to the Dragon Soul Mountain range. Why is it the fire python? Isn't it dead? When it saw Qin Feiyang and the fire python beside the altar, it opened its eyes again with disbelief. "Bastard! How dare you deceive this emperor? This is unforgivable." The next moment, it realized that it had been tricked by Qin Feiyang. With a furious roar, it disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, with Qin Feiyang and the fire python working together, the altar had fully revived. The fire python warned, "This emperor is going in, be careful." Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire python immediately shrank its body and rushed onto the altar. At this moment, boom! A terrifying divine aura descended. Qin Feiyang and the fire python looked up and saw the fire dragon descending from the sky. Its body was covered in flames, dyeing the sky and earth. "Hurry, hurry, hurry," the fire python roared in its heart, and its body quickly faded. The fire dragon glanced at Qin Feiyang, then stared at the fire python and shouted, "Why are you going to the third level?" As it spoke, it swooped down and attacked the fire python with murderous intent. "Don't even think about it." Qin Feiyang decisively took out the ancient castle, and the power of 3 false gods was released. The ancient castle released a destructive power that blasted towards the fire dragon. Scram! The fire dragon raised its huge tail and smashed it towards the ancient castle. Boom! With a loud bang, the ancient castle was blown away on the spot. Qin Feiyang also spat out blood from his mouth. Because it was too hasty, the ancient castle's power was not even used 1/10. The fire dragon continued to attack the fire python. "Don't!" Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. "Die!" The fire dragon smiled sinisterly. Its huge tail shattered the void and smashed towards the fire python. But at the critical moment, the fire python's body completely faded and disappeared. Boom! The huge tail slammed on the altar. The entire Dragon Soul mountain range shook violently. But the mountain range did not collapse. The altar was also intact. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. If he was a step later, the fire python would definitely be smashed into a meat patty by the fire dragon's huge tail. The fire dragon's eyes were gloomy. He turned around and stared at Qin Feiyang. He shouted with a stern voice, "What is it doing in the third floor? Guess." Qin Feiyang laughed as he retreated. He was stalling for time. Because if the fire dragon also entered the third floor now, then with the speed of the fire dragon, he would definitely be able to catch up with the fire python and kill it. And with the strength of the fire dragon, if he wanted to enter the third floor, he would be powerless to stop him. So he could only stall for time. He would stall for as long as he could. The fire python is not dead. And this sovereign can't sense its existence. There is only one explanation for this. The fire python has been hiding in the black tortoise realm. In that case, the fire python has already known the truth of its father's death. Not good, it is going to inform. The fire dragon's body trembled violently and immediately turned around to revive the altar. What should I do? Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also became anxious. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he shouted at the fire dragon, "I have a piece of evidence in my hands. When the small beast appears, you will definitely die." Evidence? The fire dragon was shocked, and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, and said angrily, "What evidence?" Qin Feiyang said, "Do you still remember the conversation between you and my cousin on the first floor?" The fire dragon frowned. "At that time, your conversation was all recorded by me with the image crystal. Tell me, if the small beast sees this video, what will happen to you?" Qin Feiyang joked. "What?" The fire dragon's eyes trembled, and immediately roared, "You damned human. I told you, you won't be proud for long, now it has come true." Qin Feiyang sneered. The fire dragon's face was as calm as water, and said, "Does the fire python have this video in its hands?" "It doesn't have it in its hands." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "In that case, as long as I kill you and destroy that video, there will be no evidence. At that time, even if the fire python tells the truth, without evidence, the Lord Beast God may not believe it." The fire dragon laughed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "Can you kill me?" Hearing this, the fire dragon's face suddenly sank again. Yes. The other party controlled the black tortoise realm. How could it kill him? Thinking of this, the fire dragon's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, how about we talk about conditions?" "What conditions?" The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose slightly, and he looked at the fire dragon curiously. "Destroy that video, and I promise, I will not attack you. And I will give you the medicinal herbs and divine objects on the second floor." The fire dragon said, "Give them all to me." Qin Feiyang was shocked, shook his head and said with a smile, "This is really a great temptation. You should have been on the second floor for 3 or 4 months. I believe you have some understanding of the situation here. I can tell you that the heavenly materials and treasures here are enough for you to enjoy for a lifetime." The fire dragon said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's breathing quickened, and his face was full of desire. "Brother Qin, the opportunity can't be missed, it won't come again. Besides, you are not very familiar with the fire python, there is no need to fight to the death with me for it." The fire dragon laughed. "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then what are you hesitating for? Quickly destroy the video, and these are all yours." The fire dragon urged. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said, "I am indeed very tempted, but you are sinister and cunning, I don't dare to trust you. In the past, it was all my fault, but this time, I am sincere. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens." The fire dragon said anxiously. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered, and said, "Then swear." "I swear here, if I keep my promise, I will be struck by lightning, and my soul will be destroyed." The fire dragon roared. "Good, good, good." Qin Feiyang nodded his head again and again, his face full of smiles. The fire dragon laughed. "The poison oath has been made, now you can destroy the video." Actually, it was extremely angry in its heart, wishing that it could tear Qin Feiyang into pieces and destroy his bones. Chapter 1688. Yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, glanced at the blood-colored altar, and shook his head. "No, no. Are you playing with me?" The fire dragon was furious. "No, no, you're so powerful, so majestic, how would I dare to play with you?" Qin Feiyang grinned. "Then quickly destroy it." The fire dragon roared. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Can't destroy it, can't destroy it. Bastard, you're courting death." The fire dragon was furious, A monstrous murderous aura rushed out of his body and pounced on Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang immediately used the Xing character art, turned around, and fled. Sure enough, you're playing with this sovereign. Today, even if you can go to heaven or hell, this sovereign will kill you. All beasts listen to my order, kill Qin Fei Yang for this sovereign. The fire dragon roared. Roar. In the mountains below, a loud beast roar suddenly sounded. Following closely, fierce beasts and birds flew out from the forest. As big as a mountain, as small as a boulder. There were hundreds of them, and each beast exuded an extremely terrifying divine power. Qin Fei Yang's eyes widened, his face full of horror. Surrounded by beasts in all directions, almost all the divine beasts in the entire Dragon Soul mountain range appeared. Hundreds of divine powers intertwined together like a torrent roaring in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. If I can control so many divine beasts, then who in the world will dare to compete with me? Qin Fei Yang looked at this scene and couldn't help but be fascinated. Kill him for this sovereign. The fire dragon roared. Boom. Divine power surged, covering the sky and earth. More than 100 divine beasts rushed toward Qin Fei Yang. The terrifying scene was soul-stirring. Stop. But at this moment, a deafening voice sounded. The fire dragon raised his eyebrows, looked up, and saw the fire python appear out of thin air. The fire dragon's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. You're out already? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. The ferocious beasts stopped and looked at the fire python with suspicion. The fire python glanced at the other beasts, then looked at the fire dragon and said, Lord Beast Deity orders you to go to the 3rd level immediately to see it. There must be no delay. The fire dragon's pupils shrank. Hurry up and go. The fire python shouted. The fire dragon asked, Lord Beast God didn't come out with you? Nonsense, if my lord came out with us, why would he need you to go to the 3rd level? What is it? Don't tell me you still want to disobey His Excellency's orders. The fire python said angrily. The fire dragon's eyes trembled. He looked at the surrounding beasts and roared, the fire python is in cahoots with Qin Fei Yang. It's falsifying the imperial edict. Kill them quickly, how dare you? The fire python was enraged. The impudent one is you. How dare you falsify the beast god's order and collude with Qin Fei Yang? This is unforgivable. See how this lord will kill you. The fire dragon roared and used rule force to kill the fire python. However, after waiting for a long time, rule force didn't appear. What was going on? It was immediately surprised. You only found out now? The fire python smiled coldly. Rule force emerged from its body, and the surrounding void continued to collapse and shatter. How is this possible? The fire dragon's eyes widened in anger. The fire python sneered, Lord Beast God has already removed your position as the guardian, and this emperor will temporarily replace you. This is impossible. The fire dragon shook its head. The fire python shouted, You beast, you killed this emperor's father and blasphemed Lord Beast God's prestige. Kneel down immediately. The fire dragon's body trembled. Didn't you hear it? Do you need this emperor to repeat it again? The fire python shouted, controlling rule force, and rushed toward the fire dragon. The fire dragon hurriedly crawled on the ground and respectfully said, Greetings, Lord Guardian. In its heart, it was extremely unwilling. How long had it been, and it was removed from the position of guardian? The fire python looked coldly at the fire dragon and said, You didn't expect it, right? You fell into this emperor's hands so quickly. The fire dragon's expression was extremely ugly. You damn beast, my father was so good to you and saved your life time and time again. How can you be so ruthless as to kill him? The fire python said angrily. The fire dragon snorted from its nose and said, This sovereign only hates that I didn't kill you with my own hands at that time. That's right. If you had directly killed this emperor on the 1st floor, then all of this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, your stupidity, your arrogance, you killed yourself. All beasts listen up. The fire dragon disobeyed Lord Beast God's orders and refused to go to the 3rd floor. Immediately surround it and kill it on the spot. The fire python shouted. Yes. The hundreds of divine beasts immediately surrounded the fire dragon. The fire dragon's expression changed and hurriedly said, "Who said this sovereign disobeyed Lord's orders? This sovereign will go to the 3rd floor now." With that, it immediately flew towards the altar. More than 10 ferocious beasts stood in front of it, blocking its path. "Scram!" the fire dragon said angrily. The dozen fierce beasts instinctively felt fear and looked up at the fire python. After all, the fire dragon was at the peak stage of cultivation. Even if it lost its guardian status, it could still easily kill them. The fire python's expression was uncertain. In the end, it sighed helplessly and said, "Let it go." At this time, only then did the dozen fierce beasts retreat to the side. The fire dragon looked coldly at Qin Fei Yang and the fire python, then flew across the sky and landed next to the altar, quickly reviving it. After the fire dragon left, the fire python swept its gaze towards the fierce beasts and said, "Qin Fei Yang is this emperor's friend. In the future, when you see him, you are not allowed to hurt him. Disperse." "Yes." All the beasts responded respectfully and disappeared into the forest. The fire python exhaled and landed in front of Qin Fei Yang. It asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "No." Qin Fei Yang shook his head, cupped his hands and smiled, "Congratulations. This is all thanks to you. Without your help, not to mention becoming the guardian of the miracle, I might not even be able to keep my life." The fire python laughed. Qin Fei Yang smiled and asked suspiciously, "Why didn't you kill the fire dragon just now?" Although the fire dragon was stronger than the fire python, now that the fire python had become a guardian and controlled the power of law, it would be easy to kill the fire dragon. The fire python sighed and said, "Why wouldn't this emperor want to kill it? But Lord Beast God wants to see it. If this emperor kills it, I'm afraid it will anger Lord Beast God." Qin Fei Yang nodded and asked, "Why does the small beast want to see it?" "I don't know." The fire python shook its head and said, "And your ancestor, this emperor can't do anything about it." "Why?" Qin Fei Yang didn't understand. "When this emperor entered the 3rd floor, I directly appeared in a hall. Lord Beast God is in the hall. After this emperor reported the cause of father's death, it took out something like a crystal and inserted a strand of this emperor's divine sense into it, sending this emperor out." The fire python said. Qin Fei Yang asked, "What's outside the hall?" "The doors and windows of the hall are all closed. I didn't see anything." The fire python shook its head. "In other words, you don't know what the 3rd floor is like?" Qin Fei Yang frowned. "Yes." The fire python nodded. Qin Fei Yang was silent for a long time and sighed, "Fine, when I have the chance, I'll go in and take a look myself." "Don't go in," the fire python hurriedly said. "Why?" Qin Fei Yang was surprised. The fire python said, "You also know that this 3rd floor can only be entered but not exited. Lord Beast God's attitude towards you is also unclear. If you go in, I'm afraid you'll die." "I know. For now, I won't go in." Qin Fei Yang smiled. "That's good." The fire python sighed in relief. Qin Fei Yang said, "Just now, you said that the small beast took out a crystal and merged it with a strand of your divine sense. Why is that?" This emperor didn't understand at first, but after asking, I found out that as long as I merged my divine sense into the crystal, I would be able to control the power of laws. The fire python said. "So magical. What kind of crystal is it?" Qin Fei Yang was curious. The fire python thought for a while and its divine power surged. A crystal the size of an adult's palm immediately appeared in the void in front of it. Qin Fei Yang was dumbfounded. This crystal was exactly the same as the heart of the origin of the black tortoise world. "Do you know what this is?" the fire python asked. "Don't you know?" Qin Fei Yang asked. "This emperor has asked, but Lord Beast God didn't say." The fire python said. "This is the heart of origin. If I'm not wrong, this should be the heart of origin of the miracle. In other words, this miracle is also an independent world." Qin Fei Yang said. "I see." The fire python nodded in realization. "By the way, after you reported the cause of your father's death to the small beast, why didn't it confront the fire dragon? You have to know that you don't have any evidence." Qin Fei Yang was suspicious. The fire python said with a smile, "Lord Beast Gods means are heaven-defying. There's no need to confront the fire dragon. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang said. The fire python said, it can reverse time and see what happened in the past. What? Reverse time? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. After this emperor reported it, it just waved its hand, and everything that happened when my father died was all revealed. The fire python said. So powerful. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. This is the first time in my life that I've seen such a terrifying method. That's why this emperor advised you not to enter the third level. If Lord Beast God wants to harm you, wouldn't you be walking into a trap? The fire python said. As you said, if it really wanted to harm me, with its means, I would have died long ago. Qin Feiyang sighed. He didn't expect that this small beast was so terrifying. How could he take back Chang Shui in the future? The fire python asked, what are your plans now? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, can you sense the location of the ancient world now? This emperor will try. After saying that, the fire python closed its eyes and extended its perception infinitely. After a while, it opened its eyes, and there was a hint of a smile in its eyes. It looked at Qin Feiyang and said, this emperor already knows where the ancient world is. Really? Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised. Yes. The fire python nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then let's go to the castle now. This emperor can't go. The fire python shook its head. You can't go. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, why not? Blood for blood. This emperor wants to stay here and wait for the fire dragon. The fire python said word by word, its eyes full of killing intent. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, then let's go to the passage of the first level first and see if my companions have come. Yes. The fire python nodded, and a supreme force emerged out of thin air. The man and the beast disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1689. On the first floor, at the passageway, Yang Wei and the other three had been staring at the water source. In the past few days, many state preceptors and people from the main tower had come here, but without exception, they all died under the claws of the griffin. But to Yang Wei's regret, no one from the Mu family showed up. Wang Zicheng frowned and said, do you think the Mu family is all dead? Maybe. Yang Wei nodded. So there are still 4 little ants hiding here. Suddenly, behind the 4, there was a sinister laugh. Oh no. The 4 of them knew something was wrong and quickly turned their heads to look. They saw the griffin standing a few feet behind them with a fierce look in its eyes. How did you find this place? Yang Wei was surprised. I always felt that there was the smell of humans nearby, so I secretly looked for it. And I really found you. Tell me, how do you want to die? The griffin laughed, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Run! Yang Wei shouted. Boom! A monstrous pressure erupted, and the 4 of them were immediately imprisoned. He said, you want to escape in front of me? Are you dreaming? My lord, we didn't provoke you. Why do you want to kill us? Yang Wei hurriedly said. You didn't provoke me. However, the Guardian has ordered that as long as a human appears, none shall be spared. All shall be killed. So seriously, it's not me who wants to kill you, it's the Guardian who wants to kill you. The griffin laughed and opened its bloody mouth. Whoosh! At the same time, above the water source, a man and a beast appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the griffin. What a terrifying power! Qin Feiyang immediately sensed the griffin's aura and quickly looked over. When he saw Yang Wei and the other 3, his face suddenly changed. He quickly pointed to Yang Wei and the other 3 and said, Fire Python, they are my companions. Stop the griffin. The fire python looked over and shouted, Griffin, stop right there. The griffin was stunned and raised its head to look at the fire python. Yang Wei and the other 3 were also stunned. They looked over suspiciously. When they saw Qin Feiyang, ecstasy crawled up their faces. Wang Zicheng shouted, Young master, quickly save us. The flame python brought Qin Feiyang down to the peak of the mountain. Qin Feiyang said, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Fire python. The griffin glanced at the fire python and then at Qin Feiyang. He said angrily, Fire python, why are you colluding with humans? How dare you? The fire python coldly shouted. Yo yo yo, so arrogant. Kid, don't tell me you think you're still the child of a guardian. The griffin sneered. The fire python said, this emperor is indeed no longer the guardian's child. Then why are you so arrogant? Do you believe that I will destroy you right now? The griffin said. Kill me. The fire python smiled proudly as rule force descended from the sky. What? This is rule force. How can you control rule force? The griffin was stunned and said in shock and anger. This emperor is indeed no longer the guardian's child, but now, this emperor is the guardian. The fire python said proudly. You're the guardian? How is that possible? Isn't the guardian now the fire dragon? The griffin said. The fire python said, the fire dragon has been abolished by Lord Beast God. Abolished. The griffin's body trembled as he hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground and said respectfully, Greetings, Lord Guardian. Greetings, Lord. Yang Wei and the other three also quickly bowed. However, they were puzzled. How did this young master get together with the guardian? The fire python looked at Yang Wei and the other three and said with a smile, You're Qin Feiyang's friends, so you're also my friends. There's no need to be so polite. Yes. The four responded respectfully. The fire python looked at the griffin and said, Griffin, how should you be punished? The griffin hurriedly said, My lord, I didn't know these humans were your friends. Please forgive me. The fire python said, Since it's your first offense, I won't pursue the matter. Go back and guard the passage well. In addition, if Qin Feiyang wants to enter the second level in the future, don't stop him. Yes. The griffin nodded, then flew toward the stone door with his tail between his legs. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python and said with a smile, Thank you. The fire python said, Thank you is too much between us. Young master, Lord Guardian, what are you doing? Yang Wei looked at Qin Feiyang and the fire python suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly in the future. Yang Wei nodded and stepped aside. The fire python closed its eyes and sensed. After a while, it took the group of people and appeared in the sky above a desolate plain. The plain was vast and boundless, and there was a group of poisonous scorpions living there. There were no less than 1 million of them. But at this moment, these poisonous scorpions presented a strange scene. They were all crawling on the ground, divided into 2 halves, and made a path. But the point was that there were no living creatures on the path. What's going on? What are they afraid of? Yang Wei said in surprise. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yang Wei, then looked at the fire python and said with a smile, At first, I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yes. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. The fire python said. Young master, Lord Guardian, what are you talking about? Yang Wei said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Wherever the ancient world goes, all living creatures will instinctively feel fear and make way. Ancient world? Yang Wei and the other three looked at each other. What was this? Qin Feiyang didn't explain. He looked at the fire python and said, Brother Fire, I'll have to trouble you. The fire python smiled and led Qin Feiyang and the others to land on the path. The scorpions on both sides suddenly became restless. The fire python shouted, I'm the guardian of the miracle, don't be rash. Hearing this, the scorpions immediately became obedient. Boom. Following closely, the fire python's divine power emerged, forming a wall of fire, lying on the path. Boom. Soon. As if something had hit the wall of fire shook slightly. Immediately, an ancient stone door appeared in the void. This, Yang Wei and the other three were dumbfounded. There was clearly nothing in the void, but a stone door appeared out of thin air. To hell with it. The fire python said, Brother Qin, the entrance to the ancient world has appeared, hurry up and go in. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire python said again, In addition, this may be the last time I help you. Qin Feiyang was stunned, looked at the fire python and said, What do you mean? Now that Lord Beast God's attitude is unknown, I really don't dare to get too close to you. I hope you can understand. The fire python said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and nodded with a smile. It's okay, after all, Small beast is too strong, you should keep a distance from me. After saying that, Qin Feiyang thought for a while and added, if one day, you and I become enemies, I hope Brother Fire can be merciful. The fire python sighed, if that day really comes, being merciful is just empty talk, the ending will be a fight to the death. Qin Feiyang fell silent. The fire python also fell silent. Don't think about it. Maybe one day, when Lord Beast God is in a good mood, he will change his mind. The fire python shook its head and laughed. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and said, but no matter what the result is, to be able to make a friend like you is the fortune of my life for me. Qin Feiyang, to be able to make a friend like you is also the fortune of my life. The fire python said, thank you. Goodbye. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, take care. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and waved, let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the stone door. Yang Wei and the other three looked at each other, bowed to the fire python, and hurriedly followed in. When the five disappeared, the stone door also disappeared. The fire python dispersed the wall of fire, looked up at the sky, and muttered, friend, is this the feeling? Swish. The next moment, it also disappeared into thin air without a trace. The ancient world floated aimlessly in the void again. In a square, Qin Feiyang and the other four stood side by side. The square was about 300 meters in size and was extremely dilapidated. Behind them stood a stone door. It was more than 100 feet tall. This was the entrance to the ancient world. But the stone door was also extremely tattered, as if it would collapse when the wind blew. All around, the ground stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was riddled with holes and dilapidated walls. Not a single living being could be seen here, and it was suffused with an aura of decay, misery, and despair. In the sky, dark clouds covered the entire ancient world, causing it to fall into a gloomy state. This is the ancient world, Qin Feiyang murmured. The environment here was even worse than the first level of the miracle. Although there were 10 suns in the first level, and although it was also lacking in essence chi, at least they could see sunlight. And here, the dull atmosphere and the aura of despair made people feel depressed. And the essence chi here could not be described as lacking, it was completely absent. This was a dangerous place filled with the aura of death. Yang Wei asked in surprise, young master, what is this place? Qin Feiyang said, it's an ancient continent, the ancient world. An ancient continent? The four of them looked at each other in disbelief. Wang Zicheng asked suspiciously, then what are we doing here? Don't be fooled by the fact that this place is dilapidated. There are many great fortunes hidden here. And Mu Tianyang and the others are also here. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang and the others are here? The four of them were surprised. Yes. But that's only secondary. The main reason I'm here is because of my ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. The Qin Emperor? Gongsun Bei was stunned and asked, is your ancestor also here? My ancestor is not here, but he once inquired about this place. I think there should be some kind of mystery hidden here. Qin Feiyang said. If even the Qin Emperor has inquired about this place, then this place must not be simple. Gongsun Bei looked around, his eyes full of expectation. Who is it? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang abruptly turned his head and shouted as he looked towards the ruins on his left. The ruins were 100 miles away from where they were. The dilapidated walls and broken buildings were enough to show that it was once a town. Is anyone there? Gongsun Bei and the others looked in the direction, but they did not see or hear anything. Chapter 1690. Barbarian Bull said, young master, did you see wrongly? Nope. I saw a black shadow with my own eyes just now. Qin Feiyang said. Boom. His divine sense surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards the ruins. What? This is divine consciousness. Young master, you have broken through to the false god realm? Yang Wei was surprised. Gongsun Bei and the other two were also in disbelief. Yes. Many things have happened in the past 2 years. I will tell you later. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yang Wei, Wang Zicheng, and the other two were overjoyed. Gongsun Bei, on the other hand, was shocked. He remembered that Qin Feiyang was only a 4-star combat emperor when he entered the divine ruin. However, he had reached the false god realm in less than 2 years. This speed was too terrifying. At the same time, in the ruins, behind a broken stone wall, a middle-aged man was hiding. He was dressed in black and was holding his breath. His expression was filled with nervousness. Suddenly, a divine consciousness surged. The man in black was shocked. It was divine consciousness. Why are you hiding here? Without waiting for black costume burly man to regain his senses, an ice-cold voice rang out above his head. The man in black quickly looked up and his face turned pale. The person who appeared above him was Qin Feiyang. The man in black jumped up and retreated in panic. He asked, "Is this divine consciousness yours?" "Yes." "It seems that you know me. Who are you? Why are you acting so sneakily?" Qin Feiyang shouted as his divine might surged. The man in black was a peak 9-star combat emperor. However, he was as small as an ant under the divine consciousness of a false god. He was immediately imprisoned. "There is really someone here?" Gong Sun Bei and the other 3 rushed over and looked at the man in black in shock. The man in black looked at Gong Sun Bei and said angrily, "Gong Sun Bei, you are from the main tower. Why are you with Qin Feiyang? You actually know me?" Gong Sun Bei was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Not only does he know you, he also knows me." Gong Sun Bei was stunned and said, "Then he must have come in from outside like us." Qin Feiyang looked at the man in black and asked, "Are you from the Mujia?" "No." The man in black shook his head. "No." The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted as he landed in the black-robed man's hand. He said, "Since you know me, you should know my methods." The black-clothed man's pupils constricted. His face was filled with fear. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me the truth. I'll leave your corpse intact." "I don't know anything." The man in black shook his head. "You're quite stubborn. However, do you think that I can't do anything to you if you don't tell me?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and formed a seal with both hands. In that instant, an imprint of the puppet technique appeared. Puppet technique. The black-clothed man's eyes trembled. Puppet technique? Yang Wei and the others looked at each other and suspiciously looked at the puppet imprint. "You know about puppet technique?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not only did he know him and Gong Sun Bei, but he also knew about puppet technique. "Since you know about puppet technique, you should know what will happen if you're controlled by it." Qin Feiyang smiled. However, in the eyes of the black-clothed man, it was like a demon's smile. His body couldn't help but tremble as he nodded. "I'll tell you." Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell me." The black-clothed man asked carefully, "If I tell you, can you let me go?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. The black-clothed man couldn't help but feel a chill. He hurriedly said, "I'm from the Nether Hall." "The Nether Hall? Gong Sun Bei has never entered the Black Tortoise world. How do you know him?" Qin Feiyang said. "Someone called Mu Qing told me. It's not just Gong Sun Bei. He told everyone who came to the divine site this time, as long as they had some status." The black-clothed man said. "So it's him." Qin Feiyang understood and asked, "Where is Mu Qing now?" The black-clothed man said, "He's with Mu Tianyang. He should be in Mu Tianyang's spatial divine item." "Then what are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I'm here on the orders of the Palace Lord to monitor the entrance. Because the Palace Lord and the Heavenly Sun Empire's Emperor are worried that you might enter the ancient world." The black-clothed man said. "You guys are really considerate. However, you didn't expect me to have already reached the false god realm." Qin Feiyang sneered. "I didn't expect it at all." The black-clothed man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang said, "Where are the main forces of the Nether Hall and the Heavenly Sun Empire now?" "The Nether Hall and the Heavenly Sun Empire are together now. They're not too far from here." The black-clothed man said vaguely. "Speak clearly." Qin Feiyang shouted. The black-clothed man hurriedly said, "They're in a dilapidated ancient city in the northwest. It's more than 30,000 miles away from here." Qin Feiyang looked at the northwest and said, "Apart from the Nether Hall and the Heavenly Sun Empire, Who else is there? There are also people from the Mu clan. About 3 months ago, the fire dragon sent a group of people here. It's said that they're all Mu Tianyang's descendants. The black-clothed man said. 3 months ago, Qin Feiyang murmured. That made perfect sense. After the fire dragon killed the giant python, he helped find the people from the Mu clan and sent them here. Then, he went to find the small beast and reported the death of the giant python. I was wondering why I didn't see anyone from the Mu clan in the passage. It turns out that they were all sent to the ancient world. When Yang Wei and the others heard this, they finally understood. Plop. The black-clothed man suddenly knelt on the ground and begged, "My lord, this little one is only following orders. Please spare this little one's life." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a strand of false god energy entered the man's forehead, tearing his knowledge sea and shattering his soul. With a bang, the man fell to the ground and died. Young master, the Nether Hall, the Black Tortoise World, and your puppet technique, what are they? Yang Wei asked. Gongsun Bei and Wang Zicheng were also puzzled. The Black Tortoise World is the same as the ancient world. It's an independent world in the divine ruins. The Nether Hall is a force in the Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang smiled, then looked at Gongsun Bei and said, "The Nether Hall has some connections with your main tower." What connections? Gongsun Bei was puzzled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Before your main tower unified the Forgotten Continent, the Nether Hall ruled the Forgotten Continent." This, Gongsun Bei was stunned. "I'll take you to a place." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought the four to the Black Tortoise World. "Where is this?" The four of them looked at the mountains and rivers in front of them, their eyes full of shock. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "This is the Black Tortoise World. I'm now the master of the Black Tortoise World." The master of the Black Tortoise World? Yang Wei was stunned and urged, "Young master, quickly tell us." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. He told them everything that happened after entering the Black Tortoise World, as well as the structure of the Black Tortoise World, including his acquaintance with the fire python, his grudge with the fire dragon, and the small beast. So that's how it is. Hearing this, the four of them nodded in understanding. At the same time, they were also in disbelief. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would experience so much after coming to the divine ruins. Then what about Chang Shui? The small beast is so strong. It's almost impossible to snatch it back from its hands. Yang Wei said. "There's always a way. There's always a way." Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Gongsun Bei. He said, "How did you two end up together?" "It's like this. That day, I saw the words you left behind." Yang Wei also gave a brief account of what had happened during this period of time. "Well done." Qin Feiyang patted Yang Wei's shoulder and was very pleased. Then he looked at Gongsun Bei and smiled. "Welcome to the team." "Thank you." Gongsun Bei smiled and reached out to shake Qin Feiyang's hand tightly. Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Young master, there's one more thing." "What's the good news?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Gongsun Bei's joining put him in a good mood. Wang Zicheng lowered his head and sighed. "It's about the black monkey and the others." "The black monkey and the others?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I wouldn't have thought of it if you didn't mention it. Where's the black monkey and the others? Aren't they with you?" Yang Wei, Wang Zicheng, and Barbarian Bull all lowered their heads. Qin Feiyang looked at the three people and his expression gradually sank. He frowned and said, "Speak, what's going on?" Gongsun Bei sighed deeply and looked at the three. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let me tell you, they're dead." "What?" Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He almost fainted. Looking at Yang Wei and the others, he shouted, "Tell me, how did they die?" Yang Wei said, "The Mu family did it." The three of them immediately recounted the matter in full detail. Damn it. Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. Wang Zicheng took out a box of ashes and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "These are their ashes." Qin Feiyang took the jade box and opened it. Looking at the ashes inside, his eyes were full of sorrow. The scenes of the past surfaced in his mind like a tide. The Mu family. I swear I won't be a man if I don't take revenge. No one from the Mu family will leave this place alive. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and said word by word. After that, he handed the jade box to Wang Zicheng. Take good care of them. We must let them return to their roots. Yes. Wang Zicheng took the box and nodded respectfully. Barbarian Bull said, Young master, there's one more thing. The queen hasn't been found yet. You didn't find her, but I found her. She's now in the castle. Qin Feiyang said. That's good. Barbarian Bull breathed a sigh of relief and asked, What about Viper and Dan Wangcai? Qin Feiyang said. They're also in the castle. You should also go there to cultivate. I guess you don't know that the castle is different from before. Different? The two looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. After the first seal was undone, a time array appeared. Yizichen said. The time formation can change the time inside the castle. 1 day outside is 10 days inside the castle. In other words, 10 days inside the castle is only 1 day outside. Qin Feiyang said. Damn. There's such a thing. Wang Zicheng and Barbarian Bull looked at each other. Gongsun Bei was also surprised. He had only just found out about this matter. Qin Feiyang said. Are you surprised? Nonsense. If we knew this earlier, we wouldn't have gone undercover in the main tower. Young master, you're too bad. Such a good thing and you didn't tell us until now. Viper and Dan Wangcai, those two bastards, must be a few streets ahead of us now. Wang Zicheng and Barbarian Bull were very dissatisfied. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said. The last sentence is true. You two can't catch up with their cultivation now. That's not fair. Wang Zicheng snorted. Okay. You two are big men. Why are you so calculative? Besides, haven't you returned to my side now? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the two and looked at Yang Wei. You've worked hard these years. It's what I should do. Yang Wei smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled. He looked at Wang Zicheng and said, Do you see this? This is the difference. Yang Wei has been in the same situation as you all these years, and his situation is even more dangerous than yours. He was controlled by the Imperial Advisor using the Blood Soul technique, but look at him. The two pouted. Qin Feiyang looked at Yang Wei and said, I'll help you remove the Blood Soul technique first. Remove the Blood Soul technique? Yang Wei was stunned. The Imperial Tutor hasn't been eliminated yet. Isn't it too early to remove the Blood Soul technique now? Qin Feiyang smiled. It doesn't matter. The Imperial Tutor is no longer a threat to us now. That may be the case, but there are always accidents. Besides, you just said that Zhuge Mingyang knows the whereabouts of the mistress and the others. Since Zhuge Mingyang knows, then the Imperial Tutor must also know. In my opinion, don't remove the Blood Soul technique for now. When I see the Imperial Tutor, I will continue to hide by his side. Yang Wei said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Young master, didn't you say that Zhuge Mingyang is still in the Black Tortoise world? We can actually set up a trap and let Yang Wei sneak to Zhuge Mingyang's side. Wang Zicheng suddenly said. What trap? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Wang Zicheng. We can pretend to capture Yang Wei and imprison him somewhere, then deliberately let Zhuge Mingyang find out. Yang Wei is hiding by the Imperial Tutor's side and has the Imperial Tutor's deep trust. Zhuge Mingyang will definitely not be suspicious. In this way, Yang Wei might be able to find out the whereabouts of the mistress and the others. Wang Zicheng said. Yang Wei's eyes lit up and he nodded. This is a good idea. Young master, I agree. The idea is good, but it will put you in more danger. Because Zhuge Mingyang is smarter than the Imperial Tutor. Furthermore, the strength of the mysterious person hiding in his body is also quite terrifying. Qin Feiyang said. Young master, I'm not a pushover either. Yang Wei smiled confidently. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Now go to the castle and cultivate. When Zhuge Mingyang comes out of the desert, we'll set a trap for him. Yes. Yang Wei nodded. Zhuge Mingyang still had 8 months to go before he could leave the desert. 8 months, 240 days. 240 days outside was 2,400 days in the castle. That was 200 years. This time could not be wasted. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the four of them to the castle. Big Brute Ox, Wang Zicheng, Viper and Dan Wangxai immediately stood up and greeted Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. Brother Gongsun. Wang Yue also stood up and greeted Gongsun Bei, her face full of joy. Yue. Gongsun Bei's eyes trembled, and he immediately walked toward Wang Yue. The castle became lively immediately. Vote, vote. Chapter 1691. Compared to the liveliness of the castle, the outside seemed particularly cold and cheerless. Qin Feiyang stood alone in the void with his head lowered, thinking about a question in his mind. Whoosh. A moment later, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw Yu Huang, Zhao Tailai, and a few others, flying through the air like lightning. Greetings, young master. Landing in front of Qin Feiyang, Zhao Tailai and the others bowed. Qin Feiyang asked, "How's the harvest?" Returning with a full load. Zhao Tailai took out 5 Chenkuan bags and handed them to Qin Feiyang. Upon checking, Qin Feiyang immediately got up with a look of shock. These 5 Chenkuan bags were filled with medicinal herbs, and most of them were rare medicinal herbs. For example, spirit infant fruit, fortune fruit, kuei water essence, yewood essence, and so on. These medicinal herbs are only what we found in the Devil's Land. We haven't been to the other places yet. Yu Huang laughed. A Devil's Land actually has so many medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. We haven't finished searching the Devil's Land yet. If we search the entire Devil's Land, it will be even more amazing. Willow Tree said. There's no need to search the entire Devil's Land, as long as it's enough. After all, there are still so many people in the Black Tortoise world, and they also need to survive. Qin Feiyang laughed. We also considered this point, so we didn't search all the medicinal herbs. Zhao Tailai said. Well done. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, what about the pill furnace? Zhao Tailai and the others looked at each other and smiled. Immediately after, Zhao Tailai waved his hand, and a 3-legged black cauldron appeared. The black cauldron was the size of a washbasin, and its entire body was black as if it was made of black iron. A lifelike dragon was engraved on it. Treasure light shone in all directions. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Zhao Tailai said, this cauldron is called the Black Dragon Cauldron, an 8th-grade pill furnace. Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked, where did you find it? It's also the Devil's Land. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. When we were choosing medicinal herbs, we broke into the territory of a golden divine leopard. Zhao Tailai said. Golden leopard? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He remembered that back then, when he was scheming against Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang, he had also encountered a golden divine leopard. Liu Mu smiled and said, you guessed right. It's that leopard. He was also present when they schemed against Mu Tianyang and Mu Tianyang previously, so he naturally recognized them. Such a coincidence. Qin Feiyang was surprised. This time, when we met it, it wanted to settle the score with me. In the end, it was beaten to the ground by old Zhao in no time. We found this black dragon cauldron in its lair. Qin's I see. The first time, it helped us hold back Mu Tianyang. This time, it gave us an 8th-grade pill furnace. This little leopard is quite fated with us. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, Zhao Tailai and the others looked at each other and their expressions changed. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at them. Zhao Tailai asked, young master, do you really think you're fated with it? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, is there a problem? Zhao Tailai chuckled and said, to tell you the truth, I want to subdue it as a mount. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, this is a good thing. You've already broken through to the war god realm. If you have a divine beast as a mount, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. Zhao Tailai smiled and said, I'm afraid you won't agree. Why wouldn't I agree to such a good thing? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Zhao Tailai said, didn't you say that we shouldn't destroy the balance here? Let everything develop naturally. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "What I meant was not to disturb people's lives. I didn't say you can't look for a mount." "I see. Then can we also look for a mount?" Willow Tree looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. The 6 elders, Kui Li, and Li Jian's eyes also lit up. "You guys?" Qin Feiyang glanced at them and pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "You guys can't." "Why?" Willow Tree and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. "Why can old Zhao and they can't?" "Because you're not strong enough. I have to set a rule. Only those who have broken through to the War God realm are allowed to look for divine beast mounts," Qin Feiyang said. This, Willow Tree and the others raised their eyebrows. "There aren't many divine beasts in the Black Tortoise realm. If everyone around me wants a mount, how can there be enough?" Qin Feiyang said. "I understand. This is a kind of incentive for everyone to work hard." Zhao Tailai smiled. "That's right. That's what I mean. There are strong and weak divine beasts too. Whoever breaks through to the War God realm first has the right to choose." "Of course. I won't help. Whether or not you can subdue the other party depends on your own ability." Qin Feiyang smiled. "So that's how it is." Willow Tree and the others mumbled. They all swore in their hearts that they would break through to the War God realm first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led everyone into the castle. Looking at Yu Huang, Zhao Tailai, and the others, Gong Sun Bei and Yang Wei were extremely shocked. 1 war god, 9 quasi-divinities, and 1 quasi-divinity beast. What a terrifying lineup. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would be able to subdue so many terrifying existences in such a short time. Dan Wangtsai, time to work. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the Black Dragon cauldron and a few Chenkuan bags appeared in front of Dan Wangtsai. An 8th grade cauldron. Dan Wangtsai was very excited. Qin Feiyang said, "I want you to do whatever it takes to increase Yang Wei's cultivation." Yang Wei's cultivation? Dan Wangtsai was stunned. He looked at Yang Wei with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "When Yang Wei followed me, I didn't trust him at first, so I didn't help him open the door of potential. Later, when I trusted him, he had already broken through to the War God realm and could no longer open the door of potential. Regarding this matter, I also feel guilty in my heart." Qin Feiyang sighed. Dan Wangtsai seemed to have realized something. Yang Wei quickly said, "Young master, I've never blamed you." Qin Feiyang said, "It's because you've never blamed me that I feel even worse." Finished. Qin Feiyang looked at Dan Wangtsai again and said, "In short, all resources have to be given to him." Understood. Dan Wangtsai nodded. A full 200 years. Even if Yang Wei hadn't opened the door of potential yet, with the accumulation of a large amount of resources, it was enough for him to break through to the 9-star War God realm. Qin Feiyang looked at Gong Sun Bei and smiled. "Brother Gong Sun, you've already broken through to the peak realm. It's time to comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god." Gong Sun Bei nodded and frowned. "However, I don't know anything about the profound meaning of becoming a god." "It doesn't matter. I'll send you to a place where you can get unexpected gains. Look at Li Jian. He broke through to God realm there." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Li Jian?" Gong Sun Bei glanced at Willow Tree and the others. He still didn't know who Li Jian was. Li Jian took a step forward and smiled. "Brother Gong Sun, I'm Li Jian. I used to be the Imperial Tutor's confidant. Now, I'm following the young master." "So, you're the Imperial Tutor's confidant." Gong Sun Bei nodded and smiled. "Greetings, Brother Li. I hope Brother Li can take care of me in the future." "Take care of each other, take care of each other." Li Jian quickly waved his hand and smiled. Gong Sun Bei smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang, teasing, "You can even subdue the Imperial Tutor's confidant. Impressive. When the Imperial Tutor finds out, he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood. Isn't that what I want?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "You." Gong Sun Bei shook his head and asked, "Where is the place you were talking about?" "You'll know when you get there." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Gong Sun Bei to Ling Yunfei's castle. This is, looking at the unfamiliar land in front of him, Gong Sun Bei was stunned. This was actually another space divine object. There's someone here. Suddenly, he sensed a few auras and flew over. Soon, he saw a medicinal field. It's her. She's here too. When he saw the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, Gongsun Bei was surprised. Outside, Qin Feiyang had also brought Zhao Tailai back to the Black Tortoise world. As for Willow Tree and the others, they were all in seclusion in the castle. Zhao Tailai said, "Young master, is there really a divine object in the Netherworld Sea like Li Yun said?" "I'm not sure either." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Zhao Tailai was stunned. "You're now the master of the Black Tortoise world, how can you not know?" "Let me sense it." Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, and his perception was magnified infinitely. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and a smile crept up in his eyes. "How is it?" Zhao Tailai asked. "There is indeed the aura of a divine object in the Netherworld Sea. And not only in the Netherworld Sea, I also sense the aura of a divine object in the Land of Devils, the Land of Sealed Souls, and the desert," Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai was shocked. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhao Tailai and shook his head. "Don't even think about these divine objects." Zhao Tailai was stunned, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. "Don't misunderstand. What I mean is, these divine objects are not worthy of you," Qin Feiyang said. "Not worthy of me?" Zhao Tailai was stunned. "Yes. I can feel that these divine objects are similar to the seven-star sword, not very strong. And now that you're following me, I must be responsible for you and find you a decent divine artifact. Not to mention how good it is, at least at the same level as the divine phoenix blade." Qin Feiyang laughed. "So that's how it is." Zhao Tailai seemed to have woken up from a dream, and quickly bowed. "Thank you, young master." Qin Feiyang smiled, and said, "Go to the Land of Devils, quickly subdue that little leopard, I may need your help later." "Help?" Zhao Tailai was stunned. "You'll know later." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. "All right." Zhao Tailai nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Zhao Tailai immediately appeared in the sky above the central area of the Land of Devils. Qin Feiyang himself also controlled the Black Tortoise world and flew towards the northwest. Not long after. Chapter 1692. The ancient city covered an area of about 100 miles. Although the tall city walls and majestic buildings were dilapidated, it was not hard to imagine that this place used to be glorious and prosperous. Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and entered the ancient city. The dusky ground and the deathly silent city caused this place to seem like it was covered by a mysterious veil, mysterious and unfathomable. After spending less than an hour, Qin Feiyang searched the entire ancient city, but he didn't find a single person. Could it be that they were all in the space divine items? If that was the case, he could use his divine thought to search. However, he had to go out to use his divine thought. Moreover, once he used his divine thought, he would definitely be discovered by Mu Tianyang and the others. What am I thinking? Mu Qing has the omniscient eye. Maybe he has already discovered me when I entered the ancient realm. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and left the Black Tortoise realm. He entered the ancient castle and landed on a street. Boom! His divine thought suddenly appeared and surged in all directions. Soon, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Using the walk formula, he walked to the front of a dilapidated hall. The hall was more than 100 feet tall. Every brick, tile, beam, and pillar was made of high-quality stone. On both sides of the door, there were 2 stone statues of divine beasts. They opened their bloody mouths and revealed their fangs, which was daunting. Although it was dilapidated, it was enough to show that this was once the residence of a big force or a big shot. And in this hall, Qin Feiyang used his divine thought to capture 2 space divine items. He didn't escape. This means that Mu Qing has not discovered me, Qin Feiyang murmured. However, it made sense. Mu Qing could not have opened the omniscient eye to check his location all the time. He did not hide and directly barged into the hall. Inside the hall, the ground was full of holes and the walls were rotten. All kinds of furniture had decayed and the air was filled with a damp smell. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Then, A black figure rushed out from a room next to him and charged at Qin Feiyang murderously. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and flames rolled out. The dimly lit hall immediately became as bright as day. "It's you, Qin Feiyang," the black shadow exclaimed. Qin Feiyang also saw the true face of the black shadow. It was a black-robed old man with mottled white hair and a stooped body. However, the aura he exuded was extremely powerful. He was clearly a false god. Qin Feiyang sized up the old man and asked, "Have I seen you somewhere before?" He felt that this person was somewhat familiar. The black-clothed old man's eyes flashed. He turned around and punched out. A large hole immediately appeared in the wall of the hall. Immediately after, he didn't even look back as he flew away. His heart was filled with disbelief. Previously, he had already sensed Qin Feiyang's divine sense. However, he had never imagined that the owner of this divine sense would be Qin Feiyang. I remember now. Qin Feiyang suddenly slapped his head, looked at the black-clothed old man's back, and laughed. "You seem to be an elder of the Nether Palace. I saw you when you came to kill the willow tree." The black-clothed old man did not reply. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and chased after him. Just as Qin Feiyang left, two figures appeared out of thin air in the hall. It was the Vice Hall Master of the Nether Palace and the Heavenly Sun Empire's Yang Shenhu. "This Qin Feiyang really chased us all the way to the ancient realm. The most unbelievable thing is that he was actually able to cut off his obsession, destroy his inner demons, and break through to become a god." Yang Shenhu looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang disappeared and said in shock, "These are not within my consideration. I only want to know, is it a coincidence that he entered the ancient realm, or is he here to kill us?" The Vice Hall Master said in a deep voice. If it was a coincidence, then there was nothing to say. But if he deliberately entered the ancient realm, it meant that the giant python and fire dragon had leaked their whereabouts. Otherwise, how would Qin Feiyang know? Don't worry about that. Elder Xiong escaped without saying a word. He must be trying to buy time for us to escape. Let's go, Yang Shenhu said. The Vice Hall Master frowned. Then isn't Elder Xiong doomed? Then what do you want to do? It's better for him to die than for us to be wiped out, Yang Shenhu said. Nonsense. Elder Xiong is a member of the Nether Palace, of course you don't care. If it was someone from the Heavenly Sun Empire, would you still say that? The Vice Hall Master said angrily. What's the point of arguing about this? You're not leaving? I'll leave. Yang Shenhu snorted coldly and rushed towards the door. But suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of the door. It was Qin Feiyang. Yang Shenhu's eyes widened as he said in shock, "Didn't you go after Elder Xiong? Why are you here? Do you think his little tricks can deceive me, Qin Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly as he stepped into the hall and walked towards the two. Yang Shenhu and the Vice Hall Master retreated in fear. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at the Vice Hall Master. "Actually, I don't have any thoughts about the Nether Palace. My target is the Heavenly Sun Empire. Don't listen to him. He's purposely trying to take us down one by one," Yang Shenhu hurriedly said. "Is that necessary?" Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously and said, "Even if all the false gods of your two factions come out, I won't care." Arrogant. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've broken through to the false god realm? Die. Yang Shenhu was enraged. His aura erupted as he punched towards Qin Feiyang. Ignorant person. Qin Feiyang shook his head as he raised his arm and punched out. Boom. A destructive aura suddenly roared out. The hall was instantly razed to the ground. At the same time, along with a cracking sound, Yang Shenhu's arm was crushed on the spot. His entire body was sent flying as blood gushed out from his mouth. How can he be so strong? Yang Shenhu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Vice Palace Master was also extremely shocked. One must know. Yang Shenhu was a veteran false god and was one of the top 10 existences in the entire Heavenly Sun Empire. Qin Feiyang had just broken through not long ago, but he was able to injure Yang Shenhu, a veteran false god? Was this a dream? Yang Shenhu stabilized his body and shouted, "Vice Hall Master, this kid is too strong, let's kill him together." However, The Vice Hall Master turned a deaf ear to him and looked at Qin Feiyang. Are you sure you won't attack the Nether Palace? Silly, silly. Don't you know what kind of person Qin Feiyang is? Yang Shenhu said angrily. Shut up. The Vice Hall Master shouted. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Qin Feiyang looked at Yang Shenhu with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He looked at the Vice Hall Master and said, Stand aside. Okay. The Vice Hall Master nodded and obediently retreated to the side. I'm so angry. Yang Shenhu roared. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked towards Yang Shenhu with a calm expression. What do you want to do? Yang Shenhu hurriedly retreated. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said, My great Qin and your heavenly Sun Empire are irreconcilable. What do you think I want to do? Boom. His aura was like a rainbow, shocking everyone. Yang Shenhu gritted his teeth and activated his battle soul as he madly charged towards Qin Feiyang. A mere ant dares to compete with the sun and moon? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. Boom. Roar. The nine-leaf fire lotus appeared out of thin air. The terrifying divine might was earth-shattering. Boom. Everything within 10,000 miles was destroyed in an instant. Accompanied by two deafening explosions, Yang Shenhu's battle soul disintegrated on the spot and dissipated in the air. Spurt. Yang Shenhu spat out another mouthful of blood, his face was pale. However, at this moment, killing intent flashed in the Vice Hall Master's eyes. He silently approached Qin Feiyang and struck his palm at Qin Feiyang's back. Boom. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below. A deep pit appeared immediately. Cracks spread all around like a spider web. Yang Shenhu looked at the Vice Hall Master in shock. Do you think I'll believe his nonsense? I pretended to compromise just to find a good opportunity. The Vice Hall Master sneered. Well done. Yang Shenhu was overjoyed. He lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang, only to see Qin Feiyang lying motionlessly at the bottom of the pit with blood flowing out of his back. He's unconscious. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kill him. Yang Shenhu shouted. The Vice Hall Master nodded. Boom. Their eyes flashed coldly as they unleashed their most powerful divine techniques again. They charged toward Qin Feiyang with monstrous killing intent. The two divine techniques were extremely terrifying. The ground trembled and the void distorted. Hihi. Suddenly, a laugh rang in the air. Yang Shenhu and the Vice Hall Master's eyes widened as they stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. He didn't faint. Qin Feiyang slowly got up and looked at the Vice Hall Master. He said, Attacking me is the worst choice you've ever made in your life. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, the Vice Hall Master could not help but feel a sense of panic. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a divine phoenix soared into the sky to meet the two divine techniques. Fire Phoenix Arts. Boom. The two divine techniques immediately collapsed and were annihilated. Nether Palace, Heavenly Sun Empire. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Qin Feiyang smiled as the purple gold dragon spirit roared out. Innate divine ability, instantly activated. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly turned into a prison. Yang Shenhu and the Vice Hall Master were imprisoned in the void, unable to move at all. A wave of despair that could not be dissipated engulfed their hearts. Yang Shenhu's gaze suddenly trembled as he hurriedly shouted, Stop, Mu Qianyang has something to say to you. Even if he has something to say, you have to die. Qin Feiyang smiled and landed in front of Yang Shenhu. No, Yang Shenhu cried out in despair. Qin Feiyang stretched out his arm, his 5 fingers were like eagle claws as he grabbed Yang Shenhu's head and squeezed. Catcher. Yang Shenhu's head immediately exploded like a watermelon. Seeing this scene, the Vice Hall Master was scared out of his wits. Just as Yang Shenhu was about to die, Mu Qing appeared out of thin air and said angrily, You're too much. Too much. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I don't know if it's too much or not, but I admire your courage. Although it was Mu Qing who appeared, the voice was Mu Qianyang's. It was obvious. At this moment, the one who occupied Mu Qing's body was Mu Qianyang. Heard. Mu Qianyang raised his eyebrows. Didn't you see that I opened the Emperor prison? I think with your current state, You shouldn't be able to break the emperor prison. Chapter 1693. I know. When I came out, I didn't think about leaving alive. Mu Tianyang said. You're quite self-aware. Tell me, what do you want to say? Qin Feiyang said. Why did you appear in the ancient realm? Did the giant serpent and fire dragon betray us? Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice. After you left, a lot of things happened. The giant serpent is dead, and the fire dragon can't even protect himself now. Qin Feiyang said. What? Mu Tianyang's eyes trembled. The Vice Palace Master's face also turned pale. Their biggest backers now were the fire dragon and the giant serpent. But they didn't expect that these two backers would collapse. Qin Feiyang said. Didn't the fire dragon send your people to the ancient realm? Didn't he tell you? No. He only said that he would soon soar. And you will soon die in his hands. Mu Tianyang said. Die in his hands? He really knows how to talk big. Even if those things didn't happen, he can't kill me. Because the master of the Black Tortoise realm is now me. Qin Feiyang sneered. What? You became the master of the Black Tortoise realm? Their eyes widened in anger. That's right. Qin Feiyang said. How is that possible? The Black Tortoise realm is an independent small world. Even if the fire dragon and the giant serpent can't stop you, the creator won't let you. Mu Tianyang said. There are some things that you won't understand. Let me ask you, when the ancestor entered the divine ruins, did he inquire about the ancient realm? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. He did inquire about it. Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. Why did he inquire about it? Is there some kind of secret hidden in the ancient realm? I don't know either. We've been in the ancient realm for more than a year, but we haven't found anything out of the ordinary. Mu Tianyang said. Could it be that the ancestor was just casually inquiring about it and had no other intentions? Qin Feiyang frowned and fell into deep thought. Mu Tianyang said, There's another question. Speak. Qin Feiyang said. How did you become a god? This was what Mu Tianyang couldn't figure out the most. Because of Qin Feiyang's situation, he knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to become a god. Qin Feiyang said, As I said before, I will open up a new path to godhood. You succeeded. Mu Tianyang was bewildered. Isn't that obvious? Qin Feiyang shrugged. Amazing, truly amazing. To be honest, I really admire you now. To open up a new path to godhood, you're the first person in the world to do so. Mu Tianyang sighed. Qin Feiyang said, You seem to have forgotten someone, Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang, Mu Tianyang muttered, seemingly lost in his memories. After a long while, he looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, You know, there's actually a second way to enter the divine ruins. What is it? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, saying, How do you know? Mu Tianyang said, It seems that you've already noticed something from Zhuge Mingyang. What do you mean? Could it be that you also know about Zhuge Mingyang's situation? Qin Feiyang said. This matter, other than Zhuge Mingyang, in this world, I'm afraid only your ancestor and I know the best. Mu Tianyang sighed. What the hell is going on? Who is the person hiding in Zhuge Mingyang's body? Qin Feiyang shouted. Mu Tianyang took a deep breath and said with difficulty, It's not a person, it's a dragon. There was a deep fear in his eyes. Dragon? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. His strength is extremely terrifying. The heart of the demon dragon, the eye of the demon dragon, the claw of the demon dragon, the scale of the demon dragon, I think you know about it. Mu Tianyang said. Of course I know. These are all with me now. Qin Feiyang said. The heart of the demon dragon, the eye of the demon dragon, and so on are all parts of the demon dragon's body. Mu Tianyang said. What? Qin Feiyang trembled physically and mentally. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, I seem to have heard this legend from someone. It is said that the demon dragon has a master called the demon ancestor. This is not a legend. It's true. Mu Tianyang said. Demon dragon, demon ancestor. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The legend turned out to be true. In other words, Zhuge Mingyang is the disciple of the demon dragon. Lin Yi and the mermaid princess are now in the hands of the demon dragon. Qin Feiyang said, I want to know everything about the demon dragon. Everything about the demon dragon, Mu Tianyang murmured and suddenly sneered, aren't you very smart? Go and check it yourself. Qin Feiyang said, tell me, and I will spare your life. Haha, you don't really think that you can kill me, right? Do you really know my means? Mu Tianyang laughed. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Your ancestor is unprecedented. Have you never thought that if I only have this ability, how can I be a strong opponent of your ancestor? Qin Feiyang, oh, Qin Feiyang, you are still too young. Mu Tianyang shook his head. Qin Feiyang's heart sank, and an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rushed out from Mu Tianyang's body. As soon as this aura appeared, the world changed color. Accompanied by a series of ear-splitting rumbles, the surrounding earth collapsed crazily. The Emperor prison was also instantly broken. This is the aura of a divine artifact. Qin Feiyang's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. However, only the aura appeared, but Mu Tianyang didn't take out the divine artifact. Mu Tianyang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Qin Feiyang in ridicule, and asked, how is this aura? Can it be compared with your castle and Chang Shui? Qin Feiyang's face was as calm as water. He didn't know if this aura could be compared with Chang Shui and the castle. Because how strong Chang Shui and the castle were was still a mystery. But he knew that this aura had already made him feel despair. Do you know? Your ancestor, Emperor Qin, has a divine artifact with the power of law. Mu Tianyang said. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. How do you know? Mu Tianyang was surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I know far more than you think. Mu Tianyang joked, then do you know that I also have a divine artifact with the power of law? What? Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. This was simply a bolt from the blue. It was too unexpected. Mu Tianyang said, so it's impossible for you to kill me. Qin Feiyang said, this aura is released by that divine artifact. Correct. Well, can we sit down and have a good chat now? Mu Tianyang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly grinned. What are you laughing at? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. At first, I was thinking that it would be too boring to kill you like this. Now, you also have a divine artifact with the power of law. It's more fun to play like this, isn't it? Let me see how powerful that divine artifact is. Qin Feiyang's body shook, and a monstrous divine power erupted. Purple gold dragon chi emerged, and the divine dragon seal appeared. Seeing this, Mu Tianyang immediately became angry, and said, if you and I fight, both of us will be injured, is there any meaning? But you also know that there will be a battle between you and me. Cut the crap, kill. Qin Feiyang shouted, the divine dragon seal expanded in the wind, and in an instant, it grew to a few hundred feet, shining with divine light, like a huge mountain, and suppressed Mu Tianyang. The Vice Palace Master's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. Elder Xiong also returned, and looked at the Vice Palace Master. What's going on? The Vice Palace Master said in a deep voice, this Qin Feiyang's strength has far surpassed ours. Yang Shunhu did not even have the slightest ability to resist, and was directly killed. What? Yang Shunhu is dead? Elder Xiong was shocked. Yes. The Vice Palace Master nodded. Not only is this kid's methods amazing, even his brain is terrifying. Previously, you wanted to lure him away, but he saw through your intentions and waited outside the door, catching us off guard. The Vice Palace Master said. Why did we provoke this person? Elder Xiong sighed, looking at Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the wind with an imposing aura. His old face was filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon seal's aura was monstrous, and it distorted a large area of the void. Mu Tianyang stared at the divine dragon seal, and a bone-chilling cold light flashed in his eyes. Good. Today, we will settle our grudges here. Mu Tianyang suddenly roared, and a dagger flew out from his body. The dagger was a foot long, and it was blood-red, as if it was dyed in blood. As soon as it appeared, the world was shrouded in a bloody mist, and it was filled with an incomparable evil aura. It was as if a peerless demon king was born. However, The strange thing was that the dagger was emitting a pungent stench. This stench was like the smell of feces. Mu Tianyang looked at the dagger, and his expression was extremely respectful. He bowed and said, "Blood dagger, I'll leave it to you." Clang! The blood dagger trembled in the void, and a shocking sharpness appeared, facing the divine dragon seal. Boom! The divine dragon seal shattered on the spot, and Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He retreated continuously, and purple-gold dragon blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This is that divine artifact. Qin Feiyang stared at the blood dagger. Although the blood dagger had a pungent stench, as if it had just been fished out of a cesspool, its terrifying sharpness was enough to destroy the world. Clang! The blood dagger cut through the sky, and it charged toward Qin Feiyang. The bloody light was surging, and it was full of killing intent. Moreover, Qin Feiyang could feel that the bloody mist released by the blood dagger could not only erode his soul, but also steal the blood in his body. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, and with a thought, the ancient castle flew out from his glabella. He smiled and said, "It's up to you." Clang! Before he finished speaking, the ancient castle shook violently, and a shocking power spread out. The void cracked, and the sky shattered. The earth also shook violently, and it collapsed. From afar, it was like the scene of the end of the world. Boom! The two divine artifacts collided crazily in the void. They were so fast that even the masters, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang, could not catch them. A destructive aura swept out in all directions. Tens of thousands of miles away were affected. It could be said that the world was destroyed. It can actually collide with the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang was shocked to the extreme. Chapter 1694. At the same time, the deputy palace master and elder Xiong were also retreating in a hurry. When the two heaven-defying artifacts collided, even with their cultivation, they felt a sense of fear from their souls. Crack! Boom! A series of loud sounds resounded through the clouds. The sky was collapsing, and the earth was sinking. Compared to this, the fierce and bloody battles that everyone had experienced in the past were like the difference between heaven and earth. They were not even worth mentioning. The more Qin Feiyang watched, the more incredulous he became. After colliding for so long, Bloodblade was not at a disadvantage at all. Shua! He suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at Mu Tianyang, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Let's not be idle either." Boom! After he finished speaking, he stepped on the walkward and landed in front of Mu Tianyang, throwing a punch. What? Teleport! Mu Tianyang immediately turned pale with fright. In this world, only those who had broken through to the war god realm could control teleportation. But wasn't this Qin Feiyang only a false god? In a flash, he hurriedly mobilized a wisp of divine sense and threw it at Qin Feiyang's fist. At this moment, he was controlling Mu Qing's body. Mu Qing was only a war god. Whether it was his physical body or his battle chi, they were all far inferior to Qin Feiyang. Therefore, he could only use his divine sense to fight. Boom! Qin Feiyang did not dodge at all and punched his divine sense. With a loud bang, his divine sense was annihilated on the spot. However, he was also forced back a few steps. You actually dare to use your divine sense? It seems that after this year, your divine sense has recovered quite a bit. After stabilizing his footsteps, Qin Feiyang sneered and took another step forward, instantly landing behind Mu Tianyang. This is not teleportation. Mu Tianyang's pupils constricted. That's right. This is one of the 6-word divine arts, the walk word. Qin Feiyang sneered coldly, his hand was like an eagle's claw, and the power of the false god filled his fingertips as he reached for Mu Tianyang's head. The terrifying sharpness of his fingertips made Mu Tianyang shiver uncontrollably. The next moment, he decisively left Mu Qing's body and sent Mu Qing into the spatial divine item. Following closely, Mu Tianyang's divine sense turned into a millstone-sized fist and blasted towards Qin Feiyang's big hand. Rumble. The two of them clashed once again. Puff. Qin Feiyang's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string. His face was full of shock. How was this possible? In the collision just now, he found that the destructive power of his soul awareness was actually several times stronger than the first time. In fact, he even felt as if he had surpassed the level of a semi-divinity. How is it? Mu Tianyang smiled proudly and appeared in the void. Qin Feiyang steadied his footsteps and looked up. He was instantly shocked. He saw a middle-aged man standing in the void opposite him. He was 7 feet tall and had a strong body. He wore a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. His thick black hair fluttered in the void like an emperor, and his entire body exuded a shocking aura. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It was actually his real body. Could it be that Mu Tianyang had already condensed his divine sense? You must be very surprised. That's right. After entering the Heavenly Sun Empire of the Black Tortoise world, I obtained a large number of divine congealing pills. And after entering the ancient world, the giant python personally helped me condense my divine sense. In addition, my spatial divine item also has a time array, so now, I have almost condensed my divine sense. Mu Tianyang said. Almost. In other words, you haven't condensed your divine sense yet. Qin Feiyang frowned. Just one step away. When my face appears, it means that my divine sense has been completely condensed. However, even if I haven't condensed my divine sense yet, my strength is no longer comparable to a false god like you. Mu Tianyang said proudly. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang's face. His face was indeed only a vague outline. If his face was removed, Mu Tianyang was now a living person. It's not something a false god like me can compare to, Qin Feiyang murmured. Then I'd like to see how strong you are. Boom. The battle formula was activated. He took a step forward, and the power of a false god roared in all directions as he charged towards Mu Tianyang. Since you want to know, then I'll let you experience it. Mu Tianyang smiled coldly and didn't dodge. He stepped forward and punched Qin Feiyang. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening sound, Mu Tianyang's real body immediately dissipated. He even destroyed 3 strands of divine sense. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he was like a mountain, standing firmly in the void, motionless. So that's all there is to it. Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. The battle formula not only gave him an amazing defense, but it also reduced half of Mu Tianyang's attack power. Mu Tianyang condensed his real body again, stared at Qin Feiyang, and said word by word, 6-word formula, battle formula. Good eye. If you had already condensed your divine sense, I might have retreated. But unfortunately, your divine sense is still 1 step away. And it is also this step that will cause your body and soul to be destroyed today. Qin Feiyang let out a loud shout as his aura surged like a rainbow. A purple-gold dragon roared out. Roar. A world-destroying sound wave flooded the sky like a torrent of beasts, pouncing towards Mu Tianyang. The second move of the Divine Dragon formula, Divine Dragon Roar. Mu Tianyang's heart was heavy. This time, he was indeed too careless. Was Qin Feiyang an ordinary person? Obviously not. Facing this kid, no matter when, he had to be careful and treat him seriously. Huff. Looking at the terrifying sound wave, Mu Tianyang let out a long breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, when I condense my divine sense and return to my divine body, I will fight you. What? You want to retreat? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This is not called retreating, it's called being tactful. Although I am already very strong now and can kill a pseudo-god, you are an exception. If we continue to fight, the one who will suffer in the end will only be me. However, you don't have to worry, I will call someone out to play with you. Mu Tianyang smiled coldly. Swoosh. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a purple robe appeared in front of him. Mu Tianyang looked at the purple-robed middle-aged man and said indifferently, play with him. The purple-robed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, looked up at the sound wave, and a terrifying divine aura erupted. Roar. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in the sky, carrying a mighty dragon aura as it pounced towards the sound wave. Boom. The moment they met, the sky changed color. The sound wave and the 5-clawed golden dragon disintegrated in the void at the same time, destroying everything. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, looked at the purple-robed middle-aged man, and sneered, "How long has it been, and you are already so obedient to Mu Tianyang, even taking off your dragon crown and dragon robe? It seems like a dignified monarch like you is just a good-for-nothing." That's right. This person was the monarch of the Black Tortoise World's Heavenly Sun Empire. When the purple-robed middle-aged man heard this, he became angry and shouted, "Cut the crap, let's fight." "As you wish." Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, took a step forward, and began to fight with the purple-robed middle-aged man. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Every time they attacked, whether it was Qin Feiyang or the purple-robed middle-aged man, they were merciless. Although Qin Feiyang had not seen the purple-robed middle-aged man's strength and means before, he had heard of it. It was said that he was a rank 10 pseudo-god, and once the demon mark was removed, he would step into the war god realm. It could be said that this person was very strong. But Qin Feiyang was not afraid at all. Although the purple-robed middle-aged man's cultivation was higher than his, he had an absolute advantage in terms of physical strength. Because his body had been refined by the essence of the god's flesh. As the battle became more and more intense, the purple-robed middle-aged man became more and more shocked. A person who had just stepped into the pseudo-god realm not long ago actually had such terrifying combat strength. Could it be that even Mu Tianyang was afraid of him? Boom! The purple-robed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a golden pseudo-god force suddenly appeared in his palm. He thought that Qin Feiyang would not be able to react in time. However, Qin Feiyang immediately sensed it, and a golden light also gushed out from his palm. Return formula. Ah! The purple-robed middle-aged man immediately screamed as his arm shattered, and blood stained the sky. The 6-word divine formula again. Mu Tianyang murmured. Is this the extent of his strength? The purple-robed middle-aged man was extremely shocked. He was not unfamiliar with the name Qin Feiyang, but this was the first time he fought with Qin Feiyang. Swish! Mu Tianyang waved his hand again, and 4 figures appeared. These 4 people, some tall and some short, some fat and some thin, all looked middle-aged, wearing a python robe, and exuding a terrifying aura. Mu Tianyang said, 4 great divine overlords, go help him." Yes. The 5 of them received the order, and with a monstrous aura, they immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang. 4 great divine overlords. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He remembered that Willow Tree said that there were always 8 pseudo-gods in the Heavenly Sun Empire. Among them, Mu He and Yang Shenhu were already dead. Mu Shinkong was also at the end of the desert, and was killed by the small beast along with Fatso and the others. Qin Feiyang did not reincarnate him at that time. In addition to the purple-robed middle-aged man and the 4 great divine overlords, the 8 pseudo-gods of the Heavenly Sun Empire had all appeared. 5 pseudo-gods. Mu Tianyang, you really think highly of me. If it was before, I would definitely choose to escape immediately. But now, killing them is as easy as slaughtering dogs. Qin Feiyang laughed arrogantly, and with the walk formula, he was like a war god, fighting the 4 great divine overlords and the purple-robed middle-aged man by himself, but he did not fall into a disadvantage. The 4 great divine overlords were also shocked to the extreme like the purple-robed middle-aged man. They were all veteran pseudo-gods, but the 5 of them together were still not Qin Feiyang's opponent. Suddenly, the 5 of them looked at each other and retreated at the same time. Divine Emperor Finger, kill, following closely. The 5 of them raised their arms, and pointed their index fingers in the air. 5 golden light beams suddenly shot out, and charged toward Qin Feiyang, the terrifying destructive power annihilated in all directions. Qin Feiyang was stunned. They actually mastered the same divine art. Divine Emperor Finger, could it be that this was an inherited divine art? However, even if it was an inherited divine art, it was useless. In his palm, the return formula appeared again. The golden light flooded the sky, and rushed toward the 5 light beams. Boom! The 5 light beams and the golden light were in a stalemate in the air for a while, and suddenly turned in the air, like an arrow, and entered the chests of the 4 great divine overlords and the purple-robed middle-aged man. Puff! Immediately. Chapter 1695. The 5 of them were sent flying, their hearts filled with shock. If it could even bounce back, then how heaven-defying was the return formula? Once the 6 words formula is out, who dares to challenge it? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 5 of them, his face full of contempt. The next moment, the emperor statue appeared, its purple-gold divine light illuminating the sky. Streaks of terrifying emperor aura descended from the sky, enveloping all directions. Under the emperor statue, even the purple-robed middle-aged man, who was also an emperor, could not help but feel terrified. This is the 3rd move of the divine dragon formula, supremacy of the 9 and 5. Quick! The purple-robed middle-aged man shouted, placing his hands in front of his chest to form a seal. The 4 divine marquises did not dare to delay, immediately forming the seal and evolving the strongest deity formula. Rumble. 5 golden square seals were formed in an instant. Divine Emperor Seal, suppression of the heavens. The 5 of them suddenly roared, the 5 golden square seals rushed into the sky and rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, the 5 square seals became 5 deity seals that were hundreds of feet tall, like huge mountains, and pressed down on the emperor statue. In front of my ancestor, everything is just an ant. Qin Feiyang's eyes were incomparably cold. As his voice fell, the emperor statue raised the broken sword and slashed at the 5 deity seals. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud noise, the 5 deity seals were shattered one after another. The broken sword's edge was peerless, tearing the sky, and killing toward the purple-robed middle-aged man and the 4 divine marquises. Mu Tianyang, save us! The 5 of them screamed, frightened out of their wits. In the past, when they heard Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang talk about the divine dragon formula, they did not think much of it. They thought, how powerful could a deity formula created by a junior be? In front of them, Qin Feiyang's ancestor was indeed a junior. After all, even Mu Tianyang was their junior. But they never thought that it would be so ridiculously powerful. However, Mu Tianyang turned a deaf ear to this. The 5 of them were burning with anxiety. Seeing that the broken sword was about to kill, the 5 of them gritted their teeth, releasing a black light from their bodies. Rumble. The broken sword fell. The 5 of them were immediately blasted into the ground below and buried by the mud and rocks. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "You are really heartless. You actually watched them die." He, Mu Tianyang laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Tianyang said playfully, "Do you really think they're dead?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He quickly looked down at the ground. Rumble. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open. The 4 divine overlords and the purple-robed middle-aged man rushed out from the ground. Other than the bloody hole on his body and his wretched appearance, there were no other fatal injuries. What happened? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Suddenly, his gaze trembled slightly as he recalled the situation when he fought with Mu He. At that time, Mu He suffered a fatal injury, but in the end, he didn't die. And the reason was that Mu He cultivated a divine art called the Body of God and Demon. This Body of God and Demon could be activated once a day and could block a fatal attack. Mu Tianyang, you've gone too far. We have already compromised and let you lead everyone. You still treat us like this. If it wasn't for the Body of God and Demon, we would have died in his hand. The 4 divine overlords and the purple-robed middle-aged man rushed to Mu Tianyang's side and roared angrily. It is indeed the Body of God and Demon. Another inherited deity formula. Qin Feiyang murmured. He was in disbelief. First, it was the Divine Emperor's finger, then the Divine Emperor's seal, and now the Body of God and Demon. How many inheritances did the Heavenly Sun Empire leave behind? Mu Tianyang glanced at the 5 of them and said indifferently, "Aren't you all still alive? Why are you roaring?" The 5 of them were furious. However, before the 5 of them could rage, Mu Tianyang turned to look at the Deputy Palace Master and Elder Xiong and said indifferently, "How long are you going to stand there? You have to understand that if the Heavenly Sun Empire is destroyed by Qin Feiyang, the Nether Hall will not be able to escape either." The expressions of the 2 men changed instantly. Elder Xiong sent a voice transmission, "Deputy Palace Master, Mu Tianyang is right. We have to work together to get rid of Qin Feiyang." The deputy palace master glanced at Mu Tianyang and then at Qin Feiyang and made up his mind. In the next moment, 7 figures appeared in front of him. The 7 of them gave off the aura of a false god. One of them was particularly eye-catching. He was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a black mask on his face. He also wore a black robe, making it impossible to see his appearance. However, his identity was extremely shocking. The Nether Hall's palace master. The deputy palace master and Elder Xiong bowed. Greetings, palace master. Palace master? Qin Feiyang looked at the Nether Hall's palace master, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He actually felt a sense of danger from this person. At the same time, the Nether Hall's palace master glanced at Qin Feiyang. His dark eyes were like those of a snake as a bone-piercing cold light flashed past. Then, he retracted his gaze and looked at the deputy palace master and the others. I already know the situation outside. There's no need to explain anymore. Join forces with the Heavenly Sun Empire and get rid of Qin Feiyang. Yes. The deputy palace master and the others replied respectfully. Boom. In the next moment, the group of people unleashed their auras. Their divine might shook heaven and earth as they charged toward Qin Feiyang. However, the Nether Hall's palace master did not move. He raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang with flickering eyes. Kill. When the purple-clad middle-aged man saw this, he led the 4 divine marquises and charged toward Qin Feiyang ferociously. There were 5 people from the Heavenly Sun Empire and 8 from the Nether Hall. Now, Qin Feiyang had to face 13 false gods. However, his expression did not change. He shifted his gaze from the Nether Hall's palace master to the purple-clad middle-aged man and the others. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. What a bunch of fools. Qin Feiyang's lips curled up into a mocking smile. The Emperor Divine statue descended from the sky as if a divine king had descended. The broken sword in its hand was extremely sharp as it slashed toward the 13 people. Divine Emperor Seal. Nether Blade. The 13 people looked at each other and quickly performed a divine art. 5 golden divine seals and 8 black blades soared into the sky. The 8 black blades seemed to have been forged from the flesh and blood of a demon god. They released a shocking demon aura. Boom. Clang. The divine seals and blades shot toward the broken sword one after another. Waves of destructive energy rolled out in all directions like a tide. As the last blade slammed into the broken sword shattered with a cracking sound, and the statue also dissipated. Qin Feiyang's body trembled slightly, and a trace of purple-gold dragon blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The purple-clad middle-aged man sneered, "Your strength is only SOSO. Qin Feiyang said, 13 fake gods working together could only injure me. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from." The purple-clad middle-aged man immediately became angry and shouted, "Kill! Tear him into pieces!" The 13 people's auras surged as they shot toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. Ants will always be ants. No matter how many people there are, they can't change your fate today. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and a golden light flickered in his palm. However, at this moment, a strong sense of danger came from behind him. Who is it? He was shocked and stepped to the side without hesitation. Immediately afterward, he felt something cold pierce into his back. You're courting death. The sudden sneak attack made him burn with anger. He slapped with his palm. However, this slap did not hit anyone. Instead, it hit the air. That cold thing also left his body. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the Nether Hall master standing not far away. He held a black dagger stained with purple-gold dragon blood in his hand, and his eyes flickered with a strong cold light. Moreover, he could not sense any aura from the Nether Hall master at all. He was like a ghost. It's him. Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked as he asked, "When did you get behind me?" Before, fortunately, he stepped to the side in time. Otherwise, the dagger in the Nether Hall master's hand would have pierced his sea of vital energy. The Nether Hall master did not answer. At this moment, the purple-clad middle-aged man and the others also charged over. He did not have time to think. He immediately turned around and faced the group. "You've completely angered me. Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He took out the divine phoenix saber and slashed. That's Ning Ming's divine phoenix saber. Why is it with him? The group's expression changed. The terrifying blade tore through the ground. An elder of the Nether Hall was cut in half on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. Retreat! The purple-clad middle-aged man shouted. Retreat! Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. His false god power surged into the divine phoenix saber. With a clang, the divine phoenix saber erupted with boundless divine light. He used the movement character art and chased after the purple-clad middle-aged man. He slashed at the purple-clad middle-aged man's head. Swoosh! However, seeing that the purple-clothed middle-aged man was about to lose his life, the Netherhall's Hall Master once again appeared soundlessly behind Qin Feiyang. The dagger in his hand went straight for Qin Feiyang's sea of vital energy. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He used the movement character art and instantly appeared behind the Netherhall Master. He raised the divine phoenix saber and slashed at the Netherhall Master's neck. A trace of surprise appeared in the Netherhall Master's eyes. However, he was not nervous at all. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Qin Feiyang. The divine phoenix saber missed. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and muttered, "Is this teleportation?" However, in the next moment, a strong sense of danger attacked him from behind again. What? You ran behind me again? Qin Feiyang had a look of disbelief on his face. This person's speed was too fast. Most importantly, this person was just like the spirit snake, spirit demon scorpion, and spirit demon spider. He had no aura at all. It was impossible to predict what he would do next. In the nick of time, Qin Feiyang used the movement character art and dodged. A trace of anger appeared in the Netherhall Master's eyes. Obviously, Qin Feiyang dodged his sneak attacks again and again. He could not help but feel annoyed. You want to compete in speed? Alright, I'll play with you. Let's see who's faster. Qin Feiyang turned around and smiled coldly at the Netherhall Master. He used the movement character art and took the initiative to attack. In this world, no one can compete in speed with me. It's the same even if you have the movement character art. The Netherhall Master snorted coldly. Then, the two of them flickered continuously in the void. They did not even leave behind after images. The purple-clad middle-aged man and the others retreated to the void in the distance. Their faces were filled with shock. This was because they realized that they could not even catch a trace of Qin Feiyang and the Netherhall Master. Chapter 1696. Bang! Bang! Clang! While the two of them were competing in speed, they were also exchanging blows. Every time the divine phoenix saber and the dagger clashed, dazzling sparks would appear. The fact that the Netherhall Master's dagger could fight against the divine phoenix saber without showing any signs of breaking was enough to prove that the dagger in his hand was also a divine weapon. Moreover, its grade was similar to the divine phoenix saber. Clang! 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 About 100 breaths later. Suddenly, accompanied by a muffled groan, Qin Feiyang and the Netherhall Master appeared in the air at almost the same time. The two of them stood facing each other. Qin Feiyang held the divine phoenix saber. The tip of the divine phoenix saber had already sunk into the Netherhall Master's chest. Blood was dripping down the blade. The Netherhall Master's arm was hanging by his side. He was still holding the dagger in his hand. He looked at Qin Feiyang. Even though his life was at stake, his expression did not change at all. You've lost. Qin Feiyang said. Yes, I've lost. The Netherhall Master replied. Submit to me. Qin Feiyang said. Why? The Netherhall Master said. Because I'm stronger than you. Because I can help you remove the demon mark. Qin Feiyang said. Remove the demon mark? The Netherhall Master's eyes trembled slightly. His gaze that had never changed finally changed. At the same time, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the purple-clad middle-aged man, the Vice Palace Master, and the others were extremely shocked. Had they misheard? Qin Feiyang could remove the demon mark? Your cultivation has already reached stage 10. Once the demon mark is removed, you'll immediately become a true war god. Who in the world doesn't want to become a war god? You have this opportunity, but it depends on whether you want to cherish it or not. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The Nether Hall Master remained silent. He stared into Qin Feiyang's eyes as if he was trying to see if Qin Feiyang was lying to him. Palace Master, don't listen to him. He doesn't have this ability. The Vice Palace Master suddenly said. That's right. The giant python once told us that only the Creator and the Beast God can come into contact with the Devil imprint. The purple-clothed middle-aged man shouted. However, the Netherhall's Hall Master turned a deaf ear to him and continued to stare at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, I don't want to say too much. It's all up to you. The Netherhall's Hall Master suddenly retreated. Blood spurted out from the wound on his chest. It seems that this is your choice. Qin Feiyang swung his divine phoenix blade, and his entire body exuded a monstrous killing intent as he slashed at the Netherhall's Hall Master. Saber light swept through the sky. The Nether Pavilion's master flickered and instantly vanished. Let's go and create an opportunity for the Hall Master. The Vice Palace Master roared. Boom. The 13 of them attacked again. Their terrifying divine arts shook the heavens. Whoosh. However, at this moment, the Netherhall's Hall Master suddenly appeared beside the purple-clothed middle-aged man. Be careful. Mu Tianyang's complexion changed as he hastily shouted. Careful of what? The purple-clothed middle-aged man and the others were puzzled. However, in the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The Netherhall's Hall Master grabbed a dagger and stabbed it into the purple-clothed middle-aged man's lower abdomen. The purple-clothed middle-aged man immediately howled in pain. Bastard, what are you doing? The 4 divine marquises roared as they raised their arms and slapped at the Netherhall's Hall Master. The Netherhall's Hall Master pulled out the dagger and instantly appeared several miles away. His eyes were as cold as ever. The 4 divine marquises hastily protected the purple-clothed middle-aged man behind them. Hall Master, what are you doing? The Vice Palace Master, Elder Xiong, and the others all looked at the Netherhall's Hall Master in shock. At this moment, Mu Tianyang coldly snorted as he landed beside the purple-clothed middle-aged man. He glanced at the purple-clothed middle-aged man's condition before looking at the Vice Palace Master and the others. Isn't it obvious? He's already prepared to side with Qin Feiyang. What? Hall Master, you can't possibly believe Qin Feiyang's nonsense, right? Elder Xiong's eyes trembled as he asked. The Netherhall's Hall Master remained silent. The Vice Palace Master said angrily, Hall Master, have you forgotten? Qin Feiyang acted against our Nether Hall? The second elder even self-destructed because of this, yet you're actually siding with him? How disappointing. Yeah. If the second elder hadn't self-destructed, all of us would have died at his hands. Are we really going to let such a blood feud go just like that? The Netherhall's Grand Elder roared. The third elder, fourth elder, and Elder Xiong were furious as well. Elder Xiong was the 5th elder of the Nether Hall. At that time, they were ordered to capture the willow tree, but they were killed instead. It was the second elder who had self-destructed that allowed them to escape with their lives. They had always held a grudge against the second elder for this matter. However, the Netherhall's Hall Master had never said a word. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a mute. Everyone, the Hall Master has made up his mind. There's no need to persuade him anymore. The Vice Palace Master looked at the elders as he spoke, and then he looked at the Netherhall's Hall Master and said, Hall Master, this is the last time I'm calling you Hall Master. From today onward, you're no longer the leader of our Nether Hall. Vice Palace Master, isn't this too rash? The Hall Master might have been muddle-headed for a moment. Try to persuade him again, Elder Xiong said anxiously. Didn't you see? He's already made up his mind to follow Qin Feiyang. What's the point of persuading him? The Vice Palace Master roared. Elder Xiong's eyes trembled. From today onward, I'm the Hall Master of the Nether Hall. All of you have to listen to my orders. The Vice Palace Master said. This. The elders exchanged glances. What? You're not convinced? The Vice Palace Master raised his brows. We wouldn't dare. The elders hurriedly lowered their heads. Don't worry, I won't betray the Nether Hall like he did. I'll definitely settle the blood feud with the second elder with Qin Feiyang, the Vice Palace Master said murderously. The elders exchanged glances and smiled. Then, they bowed and said, "Greetings, Hallmaster." "Ha ha." The Vice Palace Master raised his head and laughed. Then, he looked at the Nether Hall Master and said, "Tang Hai, from today onward, we're enemies. Take care of yourself." "So, his name is Tang Hai." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself as he turned to look at Tang Hai. There was only one word to describe this person: profound. Previously, Tang Hai had retreated. Qin Feiyang had thought that Tang Hai would continue fighting him. Qin Feiyang had already planned to kill Tang Hai. However, he had not expected Tang Hai to attack the purple-clad middle-aged man without saying anything. Now, the Vice Palace Master had snatched the Nether Hall Master's position in front of Tang Hai. If it were anyone else, they would have already attacked the Vice Palace Master. However, Tang Hai did not seem to care at all. His expression did not change at all. No one could guess what he was thinking. Originally, Qin Feiyang should have been happy when he saw Tang Hai's actions. However, he could not be happy now. In fact, he was even more wary of Tang Hai. The reason was that he could not see through Tang Hai. He did not know if Tang Hai was really going to follow him. Or was he just putting on an act in front of him to make him careless and then attack him? As a result, he did not dare to move now. The scene fell into dead silence. Suddenly, Tang Hai disappeared again. In an instant, he landed beside the Vice Palace Master and mercilessly stabbed his dagger into the Vice Palace Master's chi. Ah! The Vice Palace Master's cultivation was crippled on the spot. Elder Xiong quickly supported the Vice Palace Master. The Vice Palace Master looked at the wound on his lower abdomen and immediately roared in exasperation. "Did you see that? He even attacked me. He has completely betrayed us." Elder Xiong roared angrily, "Tang Hai, you bastard. We'll break off all ties with you." Qin Feiyang looked at Tang Hai with flickering eyes. Suddenly, he took a step forward, held the divine phoenix saber, and charged toward Mu Tianyang and the others. "Qin Feiyang, I'll fight you to the death." The Nether Pavilion's third elder let out a fierce roar and charged towards Qin Feiyang like a mad beast. Boom! In the next moment, his physical body exploded in the void. A wave of qi that could destroy the world suddenly emerged, and spread out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Mu Tianyang, the four divine marquises, and the purple-clad middle-aged man were also shocked. Even Elder Xiong and the others from the Nether Pavilion, including Tang Hai, did not expect the third elder to self-destruct. The group of people were caught off guard. The destructive energy instantly drowned them. After Qin Feiyang came to his senses, he immediately activated his armor, turned around, and fled. With the dual defense of the armor, the battle formula, and the travel formula, he was soon out of danger. Tang Hai once again displayed that strange speed, disappearing without a trace like lightning. At the same time, Mu Tianyang did not dare to delay for a moment. He immediately led the four divine marquises, the purple-clad middle-aged man, and the people from the Nether Pavilion into the spatial divine item. In the blink of an eye, there was not even a shadow left. Only the ancient castle and the Bloodblade were still fighting in the sky. Rumble. Crack. This was not the first time a fake god self-destructed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was destructive. A large part of the void was destroyed. The earth was even more fragmented. The air was filled with a tragic atmosphere. In the distance, Qin Feiyang stood in the void, his eyes filled with fear. Even with the dual defense of the armor and the battle formula, his body was still covered in blood. "I've never trusted someone. This is the first time. Don't let me down." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him. Qin Feiyang shuddered and hurriedly turned his head to see Tang Hai standing 3 meters behind him. His eyes were like the god of death, with a ruthless coldness. For Tang Hai, this distance was enough to end a person's life in an instant. At this moment, Tang Hai's body was also covered in wounds, like a bloody man. The mask on his face was also shattered, but it was not completely broken, so it was impossible to see his true face. Thank you for your trust. I swear in the name of my ancestors that I'm not lying to you. But next time, can you not suddenly appear behind me? Qin Feiyang was quite angry. A person could scare another to death if they tried to scare another. But Tang Hai was silent. He looked up at the ancient castle and the Bloodblade, his eyes dead silent. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and also looked up at the ancient castle and the Bloodblade. After fighting for so long, the Bloodblade was still not at a disadvantage. This was enough to show that this item was really a heaven-defying artifact, and it was not inferior to the ancient castle. However, Chapter 1697. Suddenly, Tang Hai, who was silent, said, "The ancient castle did not activate the power of law. Is it because it is afraid that both sides will be injured?" "Both sides will be injured." Qin Feiyang frowned. On the surface, the Bloodblade and the ancient castle were indeed neck and neck. But, in his heart, he always believed that the ancient castle would be stronger than the Bloodblade. Because all along, the ancient castle had never disappointed him. In his eyes, the ancient castle was omnipotent. So when he heard Tang Hai's words, he was somewhat unable to accept it. Even if this Bloodblade was also a heaven-defying divine artifact, there were still differences in strength between heaven-defying divine artifacts. He did not believe that this Bloodblade could really be compared to the ancient castle. "I believe you." Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle and muttered, then retracted his gaze, activated the walk word art, and rushed towards the place where the third elder exploded. As long as the Bloodblade was still there, Mu Tianyang was still there. This person, no matter what, must stay today. The power of the self-explosion had dissipated a lot. With the double defense of the armor and the battle word art, he could barely withstand it. But Tang Hai still did not dare to enter. Qin Feiyang rushed to the location of the explosion alone, scanning the surrounding void, his eyes incomparably sharp. Although he could enter the center of the explosion, he did not dare to release his divine sense. Because the battle word art and the armor could only protect his physical body, not his divine sense. Once released, there was a 100% chance that it would be instantly shattered. "Young master, subordinate has already subdued Shen Bao." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "Old Zhao." Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before a sneer flashed across his eyes. He looked at the empty space and said indifferently, "Mu Tianyang, I'll give you one last chance. Come out and accept your death immediately." What a big tone. Inside the spatial divine object, the four divine marquises, the deputy palace master, the purple-clothed middle-aged man, and the elders gathered behind Mu Tianyang, looking at Qin Feiyang in the image in front of them, their faces full of ridicule. "Can't be careless." Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. "What is it? Don't tell me he can still kill his way in." The vice palace master said. "If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even care about those words. But he is Qin Feiyang. As long as it's something Qin Feiyang says, we can't take it lightly." Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice. The deputy palace master frowned and said, "You're overthinking it." "Shut up." Mu Tianyang turned to look at the vice palace master and said gloomily, "How long have you been in contact with Qin Feiyang? Do you know him as well as I do?" The vice hall master frowned as a vicious look flashed across his face. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Mu Tianyang's attitude. After all, no matter what, he was the Nether Pavilion's master now. Scolding him in front of so many people was clearly not giving him any face. However, even if Mu Tianyang realized this point, he did not change his attitude either. He said with a cold snort, "This monarch is telling you, if you dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness when exchanging blows with Qin Feiyang, you will die without a burial ground. Are you really not coming out? Then don't regret it." Outside, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. Mu Tianyang hurriedly looked over and saw a familiar figure appear beside Qin Feiyang out of thin air. "It's Zhao Tailai from the Vangu League." The vice palace master and the others were shocked. Outside, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Old Zhao, they must still be here. Lock onto them immediately." "Yes." Zhao Tailai nodded. His godly aura burst out. Immediately after, divine will emerged and covered all directions. "They're still here." Zhao Tailai's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Divine power surged out and a barrier instantly appeared. Lu Xingchen's space divine item was immediately trapped in the barrier. How is this possible? Inside the space divine item. Whether it was Mu Tianyang or the Vice Palace Master and the others, they all looked at Zhao Tailai in disbelief. It was actually divine power. This must be a dream. How could Zhao Tailai break through to War God? However, the truth was right in front of them. It was indeed divine power and divine power. Could it be? Qin Feiyang did not lie to them. He could really remove the devil mark. Whoosh. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Tang Hai risked being killed by the remaining power and rushed over. Looking at Zhao Tailai's back, his cold eyes gradually filled with tears. This was caused by excitement. Zhao Tailai's breakthrough to War God was enough to prove that the devil mark had been removed. How many years? Even he himself could not remember how many years he had been troubled by the devil mark. At the same time, because of the devil mark, he had suffered and suffered, spending his days in pain and despair. Now, he finally saw hope. How could he not be excited? But very soon, the tears in his eyes dissipated and were replaced by coldness. Qin Feiyang scanned the divine power enchantment, a cold light shooting out from his eyes, and said, "Shatter his space divine item." Yes. Zhao Tailai nodded. The divine power was like a waterfall, blasting towards the space divine item. Rumble. However, after a while, the space divine item did not shatter. Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Young master, this person's space divine item is not low level. With this subordinate's current strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to shatter it. Try it." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Phoenix God Blade flew in front of Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai's eyes lit up. As a former subordinate of Ning Ming, it could be said that he knew the power of the Phoenix God Blade better than Qin Feiyang. As long as Mu Tianyang's space divine item was not at the same level as the ancient castle, it could definitely be split open. He grabbed the Phoenix God Blade and poured his divine power into it. Clang! The Phoenix God Blade immediately shook and released a world-destroying power. Divine power and the power of a pseudo-god were two completely different concepts. Using the power of a pseudo-god to revive a divine weapon, no matter how many pseudo-gods there were, they would not be able to fully revive it. But divine power could. Moreover, even if it was only Zhao Tailai, he could still revive the power of the Phoenix God Blade to the extreme. As a large amount of divine power poured in, the aura and sharpness of the Phoenix God Blade became more and more terrifying. Chirp! All of a sudden, a huge fire phoenix rushed out from the Phoenix God Blade. The world suddenly turned into a big oven. The fire phoenix had appeared. This was the full power of the Phoenix God Blade. It could be described as destroying the heavens and earth. Mu Tianyang, what do we do now? The Vice Palace Master and the others, the four divine marquises, and the purple-robed middle-aged man all looked at Mu Tianyang with fear. War God. A war god had appeared. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of pseudo-gods, they would not be enough to kill Zhao Tailai, let alone a dozen or so pseudo-gods. Not to mention, in Zhao Tailai's hands, there was still a divine weapon that had given birth to a spirit. Mu Tianyang clenched his fists, his palms sweating as he stared at the scene in front of him in silence. Although his facial features could not be seen clearly, it was not difficult to see from his clenched fists that he was very nervous at this moment. "Shatter for me. Outside." Zhao Tailai roared as he raised the Phoenix God Blade and slashed in the air. A terrifying blade light suddenly tore through the sky and slashed towards the space divine item. Swoosh! At this moment, Mu Tianyang appeared out of thin air and immediately waved his hand. Clang! The blood blade that collided with the ancient castle in the sky immediately dropped the ancient castle and broke through the air. In an instant, the blood blade was placed in front of Mu Tianyang. The blade light struck the blood blade and with a loud bang, the ground was crazily shattered. However, the blade light was instantly disintegrated. Zhao Tailai's gaze trembled as he stared at the blood blade in shock and said, "Young master, what kind of divine weapon is this?" "A heaven-defying divine weapon." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Boom! The ancient castle also carried a terrifying aura as it descended above Qin Feiyang's head. Mu Tianyang glanced at Zhao Tailai, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother Qin, is there a need for us to fight to the death?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "Old Zhao, kill." He grabbed the ancient castle and used the Xing character art to attack Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang immediately grabbed the dagger and faced Qin Feiyang. Clang! The two divine weapons collided and sparks flew everywhere. Both of them retreated a few feet. However, Qin Feiyang still had a helper. Zhao Tailai held the Phoenix Godblade and took the opportunity to rush to Mu Tianyang's side and slashed with his blade. Boom! Mu Tianyang's real body immediately collapsed, and the Phoenix Godblade's light shattered a large portion of his divine sense. There were at least a few hundred strands. Mu Tianyang was furious. He roared, "You're courting death." His divine sense wrapped around the Bloodblade and attacked Zhao Tailai like a venomous snake. Zhao Tailai did not take it head-on and retreated quickly. The Bloodblade was too terrifying and could very well destroy the Phoenix Godblade. At the same time that Mu Tianyang attacked Zhao Tailai, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He used the Xing character art and rushed behind Mu Tianyang. He raised the ancient castle and smashed it on Mu Tianyang's divine sense. Boom! Another few hundred strands of divine sense were destroyed on the spot. Mu Tianyang was furious. He roared, "Qin Feiyang, are you done yet?" "Not yet." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and joined forces with Zhao Tailai to destroy more than 2,000 strands of Mu Tianyang's divine sense. Mu Tianyang was about to condense his divine sense. Right now, his divine sense had already reached more than 90,000 strands. More than 2,000 strands of divine sense, compared to more than 90,000 strands of divine sense, was actually nothing. But he was afraid. Because if this continued, his divine sense would be destroyed by Qin Feiyang sooner or later. But now, with Zhao Tailai, he did not dare to hide in the spatial divine object. Because he was not confident that the spatial divine object could withstand the bombardment of the Phoenix Godblade. He did not dare to let the 4 divine marquises come out to help. Because Zhao Tailai alone was enough to kill all of them. Could it be that I, Mu Tianyang, have really walked on the path? He was unwilling. Back then, Qin Feiyang was like a grasshopper in his eyes. But now, he was being forced into a desperate situation by Qin Feiyang. "No. I can't die. Bloodblade, quickly activate your power of law." Mu Tianyang roared. Clang! The Bloodblade suddenly trembled, and an invisible force suddenly rolled out in all directions. "Power of law," Qin Feiyang muttered. What kind of power of law did this Bloodblade possess? The invisible force was earth-shattering, covering tens of thousands of miles. Qin Feiyang, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai were also enveloped by this power of law. At first, they did not notice anything unusual. But soon, they found that their bodies were slowly shrinking and becoming shorter. Zhao Tailai was the most obvious. The wrinkles on his face were gradually smoothed out, and his skin slowly became glossy. Chapter 1698. What's going on? Zhao Tailai was stunned. This seems to be rejuvenation. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Rejuvenation? Zhao Tailai was slightly stunned and puzzled. Is this the power of the law? Even if it is, it doesn't seem to be scary. Idiot. Rejuvenation, this is one of the power of the law, time reversal. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of a mysterious voice in his mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said to himself, "Who exactly are you?" He had heard this voice before. Last time when he fought with the main tower, this mysterious voice appeared. At that time, this person told him that his destiny was to fight with heaven, earth, and the rules of this world. He also said that he was waiting for him to work hard to grow. Because this was too strange, Qin Feiyang had always remembered this voice. Unexpectedly, this mysterious voice appeared again. "Don't worry about who I am. Time reversal is not to rejuvenate you, but to bring you step by step to your death. Didn't you notice? Your current cultivation is also beginning to regress," the mysterious voice said. Cultivation regress. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly sensed his own cultivation. At that moment, His face changed dramatically. Sure enough, as the mysterious voice said, his cultivation was quietly retreating. Looking at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai, it was the same. Age, cultivation, they will continue to regress with the power of the law until finally, you will return to a newborn baby and then completely disappear from the world. This is time reversal. The mysterious voice said. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and said anxiously, then is there any way to break it? The way is by your side. Hurry up and work hard, I'm waiting for you to grow. After the mysterious voice finished speaking, it was depressed and never sounded again. He said this again. Qin Feiyang frowned. Last time, the last sentence that the mysterious person said was to hurry up and work hard, I'm waiting for you to grow. This time it was again. What was the relationship between this mysterious person and him? Why was he waiting for him? Why was she waiting for him? He didn't have time to think about it. He glanced around and pondered the mysterious man's words. The way to break the time reversal was right beside him. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the castle, his eyes flashing. That was right. It must be the castle. Time reversed, time stood still. Yes, yes, yes. It was the castle. It was as if he was suddenly enlightened. The Bloodblade's power of law was to reverse time, while the ancient castle's power of law was to stop time. Once time came to a standstill, time could no longer be reversed, and Bloodblade's power of laws would collapse on its own. Castle, please. In the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyang hurriedly exclaimed. Clang. The ancient castle trembled in the void, releasing a deafening sound. Following closely, waves of invisible energy gushed out. Immediately, everything here was motionless. My cultivation, what's going on? Zhao Tailai also finally noticed the abnormality in his cultivation base. Furthermore, he was just a hair away from falling to the semi-divinity realm. The Bloodblade's power of law is to reverse time, Qin Feiyang briefly explained. So that's how it is. When Zhao Tailai heard this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the castle's timely action, he would have fallen off the altar. Tang Hai, who was behind him, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. To be able to stop time and even reverse time, the power of these laws was truly terrifying. Zhao Tailai exhaled, looked at Mu Qianyang opposite him, and asked, is Mu Qianyang frozen now? He should have been frozen. Qin Feiyang said, looking up at Mu Qianyang, only to see Mu Qianyang standing motionless in the void, looking at the castle with eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? However, before Qin Feiyang's voice faded, Mu Qianyang's exclamation sounded. Not frozen. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Mu Qianyang retracted his gaze, looked at Qin Feiyang, and exclaimed, so this is the ancient castle's power of law, it's really powerful, but, speaking of this, the corner of his mouth raised, with a hint of ridicule. But what? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The power of law, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Although your castle can restrain my Bloodblade, it is also because of the Bloodblade's power of law. The ancient castle's power of law can't stop us. Mu Qianyang sneered. Qin Feiyang frowned. You're powerful, but I'm not a pushover either. We'll settle this score in the future. Mu Qianyang smiled coldly and immediately took the Bloodblade into the spatial divine object. Without the Bloodblade as an opponent, the ancient castle's power of law also dissipated and swept into Qin Feiyang's forehead, disappearing. Old Zhao! Qin Feiyang shouted. Zhao Tailai nodded and released his divine sense. But at the same time, the Nether Hall's deputy hall master and several elders appeared. The group of people was stunned, but when they saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, they immediately showed a look of panic. Die! Zhao Tailai shouted and killed the group of people without hesitation. Don't kill them, Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. The group of people, who had already fallen into a state of panic, immediately self-destructed when they saw that Zhao Tailai was about to kill them. Boom! The destructive aura made even Zhao Tailai, a war god, feel the threat of death. This was because the moment a false god self-destructed, its power reached the level of a war god. It could be said that, at this moment, Even an early-stage war god like Zhao Tailai would be fatally injured. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to hesitate at all. He took Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the ancient castle and entered the Black Tortoise world. The Black Tortoise world, Tang Hai scanned the familiar land and was filled with emotions. After going around and around, he ended up back in this place. Zhao Tailai looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Young master, why didn't you kill them? Are you trying to subdue them?" "I'm not trying to subdue them." Qin Feiyang sighed. "If you're not trying to subdue them, then what are you trying to do?" Zhao Tailai was puzzled. Looking at their expressions when they appeared, it was obvious that they were thrown out by Mu Tianyang from the spatial divine item when they were caught off guard. Mu Tianyang did this because he wanted to use these people to buy time for himself to escape. He also knew that when we saw these people appear, we would immediately kill them. And in desperation, one of them would definitely self-destruct. "That's why I stopped you. Because these people are nothing to worry about now. We can kill them after we kill Mu Tianyang. But now, because of your attack, one of them was so scared that he self-destructed. We can't chase after Mu Tianyang anymore," Qin Feiyang said. "So that's how it is." Zhao Tailai suddenly understood and blamed himself. "Young master, I'm really sorry. Just now, I thought that they appeared to deal with us, so I didn't think so much and directly attacked them." "It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. In fact, Zhao Tailai couldn't be blamed for this. Because the situation before was a very sudden situation, and it was difficult for ordinary people to react. "You're the master of the Black Tortoise realm, so you can control the Black Tortoise realm to chase after them," Tang Hai suddenly said. "Even if we chase after them, we need to know the direction they escaped in. To do this, we can only go out and search with our divine sense. But it's too late to go out now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Tang Hai nodded. Although it hadn't been long since the self-destruction, with Mu Tianyang's speed, he must have escaped tens of thousands of miles away. Moreover, with Mu Tianyang's cautious character, he definitely wouldn't keep running in one direction. Since they couldn't know the direction Mu Tianyang escaped, there was naturally no way to chase after him. Zhao Tailai blamed himself more and more. He couldn't wait to go out now and turn the ancient world upside down. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said unwillingly, "Young master, let me go out and see if I can find another opportunity." The self-destruction of a fake god. Only at the moment of self-destruction, when the power was at its strongest, could it seriously injure an early-stage war god like Zhao Tailai. And after the self-destruction, the power would gradually weaken, so it naturally couldn't hurt Zhao Tailai. "Go out." Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "I already said that I don't blame you. Why are you still blaming yourself? In fact, even without this accident, it's almost impossible for us to kill Mu Tianyang." Qin Feiyang added. "Because of that blood blade?" Zhao Tailai asked. I never thought that this person would hide so deeply. A divine weapon with the power of law. I underestimated him in the past." Qin Feiyang sighed. Hearing this, Zhao Tailai felt a little better. Qin Feiyang exhaled and waved his hand, and an image appeared in the void in front of them. Looking at the scene in the image, Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai were stunned. In the image, the deputy temple master and several elders stood together in a sorry state, looking around in horror. Their bodies were dripping with blood. Zhao Tailai was surprised. "Why aren't they dead?" "It's because of the space divine item," Tang Hai suddenly said. "Space divine item?" The two turned to look at Tang Hai. "Yes. Because I'm comprehending a divine art, the space divine item has always been under the deputy temple master's control. When the self-destruction happened just now, he must have brought the elders into the space divine item and avoided the fatal blow. But I think the space divine item should have been shattered," Tang Hai said. "Shattered?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "My space divine item can't be compared to your ancient castle. It's just a very ordinary space divine item, and can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. It can't withstand such a violent bombardment," Tang Hai said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. While the three of them were talking, the deputy temple master and several elders in the image looked around and fled toward the southeast. Let's go out and take a look. Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly and drove the Black Tortoise realm to chase after them. Then, he brought Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai out of the Black Tortoise realm and stood in front of the group. Qin Feiyang. Seeing the three of them suddenly appear, the deputy temple master and the others were immediately scared out of their wits and collapsed on the ground. You're not dead even after that, you're really lucky.